It's the cold hard truth. Everyone really wanna know what's going on with her show. Just get on the air and you will know it's Sandra. The queen of the mile road is here, helping people from everywhere. Get on the phone and you will hear Sandra. Now she will tell you how it goes, but don't you ever step on her toes, 'cause you will hear the cold hard truth from Sandra. They say she's the hero in town, helping people from all around. You get a call, your money is found, it's Sandra. Some will call her late at night just to say that there is a fight, and she will not just leave it alone. She'll get up and call on the phone, and when politics starts on her show, everyone really wants to know the way that things will really go with Sandra. And some will start to criticize, get on the show and tell pure lies, but someday we'll realize it's Sandra. And when they start to argue again, she'll pull the heads to the wind, and soon you will be a friend of Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone wanna hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone wanna hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone got to hear from Sandra. 'Cause every day everyone got to hear from Sandra.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. K-Man. Happy Monday. Wow. We got lots to talk about today, including Hurricane Melissa. Now a Category 5 storm, believe it or not. And we're going to be partnering with some of our regional news agencies to get the latest in terms of what is happening on the ground there in Jamaica. We definitely missed the bullet on this one, I think. Although some people are still telling me they're anxious because they don't see enough of a turn to believe that Keyman is out of the woodwork yet. But I think we are. I think we're okay. So, of course, we're very, very concerned about what's happening with Jamaica this morning and into the next couple of days, because this storm is still moving relatively slow. So we're going to get all the details here in just a second, the latest advisories and updates on where she is and what she's doing. Like I said on Friday, she's come in like the angry, what's his name? Ivan's angry daughter. She's now an adult and she wanted to move out on her own and given nothing but trouble. I actually have a headache this morning. I'm going to have to take a little headache medicine, I believe. What a mess. All right, let's get our links sorted out. And then we will take a look at Melissa and see what it is that she is actually doing. Okay. Everybody had a good weekend. I saw a couple fender benders, but thankfully, nothing too serious. I know that there was one in East End that we have reported on. The RCIPS provided some details on that one. Sounds pretty sketchy. Something about an assault and an accident, and I don't even know. Some days I've got to read CMR myself to just keep up with what's happening. I don't even know what's going on. Just crazy. So, yeah, there's that. But otherwise, it was a weekend of just watching and waiting and preparation. And lots of people here have family in Jamaica. I was calling my mother-in-law to see what she wanted to do. Of course, nobody wants to leave their homes, which is crazy, because, you know, they have concerns about after the storm, what then happens. It's unfortunate, but the criminals are always there waiting for opportunities. And so them waiting for opportunities mean that sometimes people are making decisions based on what they think that they're going to do, which I think is so incredibly sad. Like, I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine what that must feel like. Because obviously, you know, yeah, that's not good. Not good at all. So, and it's actually begun already, believe it or not. I've seen some video footage of it, and some people have been keeping me abreast of some other news entities that are actually covering it and showing footage of people already starting to steal like cell phones and stuff like this. It's like, really? At a time like this, when you don't even know, legit, if you are going to, you know, if you are going to make it out alive, you are focused on stealing. I can't even imagine. It's just unbelievable. But I'll show you one of the videos that I have, because yeah, it's just so disturbing. I'm thinking you might not live to see post storm with those iPhones that you're stealing. What good is that going to do you exactly? I reckon some people just cannot do any better. Legitimately looting before the storm. Who does that? Well, criminals, I guess. I don't know, honey chill. All right. Let me see here. Trying to get my mouse back. Looks like it's stuck a little bit there. Uh-oh. Let me see. There we go. Something was stuck. Computer was overthinking. But yeah, it's really sad because, you know, I do suspect that there are people who are making decisions based on that, and really they shouldn't have to, but you know, that's part of the reality of life for a lot of people. But here's the video. Someone sent this to us. Look at this. This is at a place called Drip Mobile in Mandeville, Jamaica. And the guy is clearing out everything out of the cases. Look at him. Hopefully somebody recognizes him and can assist the authorities there in locating him after the storm. Yep, that's what he's worried about. The dude is not stealing bread or water to get through the storm. He is stealing electronics and mobile devices. Speaking of electronics and mobile devices, if you ever need your phone fixed, or you need a case or screen protector, let me tell you how important screen protectors are. Lord have mercy. As much as I drop a phone, screen protectors are very, very important. My phones are always in pristine condition. I'm actually selling my iPhone 15 Pro Max right now, 1 terabyte, just FYI, in case somebody's looking. But my phones are always in immaculate condition for 2 reasons. Number one, I buy an iPhone, and I must say, they're not like the Nokias back in the day, but they're pretty sturdy. Number two, I always keep my phone in a case. I don't know how y'all do it. I'll be watching y'all. You walk around without a phone in a case, and I'm just like, how? How do you do that? I can't. Phone in a case, always, 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 some kind of case. And I buy good cases so that, you know, the phone has adequate protection. Yes, honey, child. And on top of it, I always have a really good screen protector. A lot of times I do the privacy ones because, like, when I'm in court and stuff, y'all don't need to be looking at my phone. You know, I'll be typing important news messages. But Cellular World has this device. You got to go ask them about it. It's super fancy. And it basically puts the cover on, but it does so in a way that the screen protector, it does so in a way where they put it in a machine and it like bakes it on. So in other words, it's not going to lift up. It's not coming on, coming off. And it just gives you really good coverage. So go by, say hi to Dennis and his crew. We got an interview. I actually have a demo I'm going to put up later on and show you guys exactly how that process works. But it's pretty cool. So yeah, it's nice to watch all the technology that he has there. One thing with Dennis is he really brings in the best. You know, I see some people like, oh, I can get something cheaper. You might be able to get cheaper, but that doesn't mean that you're getting it any better. And trust me, what these phones cost now, it's an investment. So when I invest in something, I'm like, I want to protect it, you know? So big shout out to Cellular World this morning. Stop by, tell them Sandy sent you. And they have speakers on special now for Christmas because it makes a wonderful Christmas gift. I'm going to show you guys one that I recorded the other day that was so cool. I'm thinking about getting that one. It's really cute. All right, Abby, good morning. Abby says prayers for Jamaica. No doubt, no doubt, no doubt. We have spoken to news partners CVM Media. And in fact, we are working very, very closely with them now on creating a synergy between CMR and CVM. So I spoke to their technical team last night and some of the other folks on the ground, and we may have them join in this morning to give us an update on what is happening in the ground there in Jamaica. And yeah, should be fantastic. So at least we will know what's going on. From that perspective, it should be good. Of course, you know, we know it's not going to be good in the sense that this is now a Category 5 storm. So let's look at some of the latest details this morning so we can see exactly what is going on with this storm. It is now packing winds of 160 miles per hour. Yikes. Yeah, no bueno, no bueno. And obviously, this is a very serious Category 5 storm. Let me just grab some transcripts here. One moment, please. And then we're going to be able to get you all this precise location details. So the Cayman Islands government stands ready to assist Jamaica in any way that we can. Obviously, we are committed to assisting them. You know, a lot of people think, oh, you know, Cayman, Jamaica, always against each other. No. We're cousins. We're cousins, and sometimes cousins don't have to be the best of friends. You know, we have our differences, It is what it is. We just want respect for our little rock. That's all we ask for. We're not really up into nobody like that. A little bit of respect goes a long way. But we're here for you guys. You guys should know that. We're here for you. When the chips are down, we're here for you. So this hurricane, no doubt, the government stands ready to work in tandem with the government of Jamaica to assist after the storm has passed. There will be, Cayman Airways put on some extra flights on Saturday. Big shout out to Cayman Airways in order to get people out quickly. And so if people needed to travel in either direction, they could. In fact, thanks to Cayman Airways, someone was telling me that, there was 1 or 2 students there who needed to get out, and they were able to do so. So I know that they were monitoring the situation very, very closely, obviously ahead of the storm. There were some cancellations. And just to be clear, Cayman Airways has put their fee waiver in place. Yeah? Oh gosh, I need to fix my screen behind me. We'll get that going here in just a second. Patricia Blake, Marshall, good morning. Hopeton says, good morning, beautiful people. Thank you so much, Hopeton. Appreciate it. Damaris joining us in New York. Jackie Bennett in the house. Strong Wilt, good morning. So I know for a fact that the government is still obviously watching the situation. Schools open today. We did not have to elevate things to the next level because thankfully the storm looks like it's, it just kind of is making like a very slow curve. It is slow. I don't like these slow storms at all because from experience, we know from Ivan what a slow storm does. It's bad enough. Listen, getting hit by a Category 5 storm is horrific. But getting hit by a Category 5 storm that is moving at 2 miles an hour, 5 miles an hour is crazy because it sits on top of you for a good hot minute. And it's up to 160 miles per hour, and the movement is really, 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 really slow. So the worst is yet to come. We're going to get in contact with some people there in Jamaica. Let me just see if any of them are on the ground and if we can have a chat with some folks in Kingston to kind of see what's going on there as well. So give me one quick second here. And so, of course, we're expecting 160 miles per hour, probably gusts above that. And they're saying that this is going to be a catastrophic storm, possibly the worst that Jamaica has seen, which would be shocking, quite frankly, but that's where we are. So we do have some contacts spread out around Jamaica. And we'll see how it goes. Okay. So Stephanie, wee, good morning. Stephanie says we're praying for neighbors. Absolutely. Siobhan, Lavana, good morning. There's so many connections between the two countries, family members, in-laws. A lot of Caymanians even have property in Jamaica as well. So right now, we're not going to worry about property because I think the real worry is going to be loss of life with a storm like this. And the topography of Jamaica is so different even than Cayman. We're very flat. So of course it's going to flatten buildings. It's going to flatten rooftops and all that sort of thing. Jamaica, you have the added complexity of mudslides Obviously the flooding is a real concern, which would also be a concern here in this jurisdiction. But yeah, it's really crazy. Please don't forget that the nomination has been extended for the awards. Formerly Heroes Day, it has a new name, which I keep forgetting. But the nomination has been extended. So let me just remind you that you've got until the end of the month, the 31st, to go ahead and get yourself nominated, not get yourself nominated, but to nominate someone else. So let me just put this up. So the deadline has been extended, folks. I believe I have, one second. Let me just double check that I've got the latest versions uploaded here before I play them. I'm just gonna refresh this, okay? Want to really ensure that we've got the extended version because yeah, it's been updated. Very, very important that if you've been meaning to get to it, this is your opportunity to do so. I know some of you are like, oh yeah, I want to do it, but it's like, no, this is the time now to get it done. All right. Yes. Okay. So this is the latest version. Here we go, folks. Thank you so much for your patience. And we want to encourage you to nominate someone. I'm guessing they just didn't have enough applicants. That's why they've extended it a little bit. So, don't miss out on this opportunity. You've got a few more days left to get your nominations in. It's a great chance to do so. Yes, indeed. And the nomination process, I mean, you got to obviously get your documents together, but beyond that, it's not terribly complicated. Final reminder as well about the ESO. I think that they're almost done with their survey time frame. But if you see them coming around door to door, please encouraging you to participate in the surveys. By law, you're required to. But, nobody wants to force you to do so just because the law says so. You should be interested to do so because, quite frankly, this information is assisting the government in making really, really important decisions about our money, where to spend it, and where the needs are for different things. Island Days says Nuff going to be up in their feelings this morning with you playing that video. I don't know why they would be. Don't get in your feelings about the truth. Spend your energy getting in your feelings when something isn't true. That's what I say. Why are you getting in your feelings about something that's true? I mean, come on. Like I said, we're cousins. Cousins, you share secrets. Cousins, yep, we know the real deal. We know what's going on. Keisha says, talk about the 615 robbery at Smith Cove. When was this? 615 when? No doubt. We always cover those things, Keisha. Sounds like you're new to the program. Welcome. Join us. But we will get to those things. We're just going to do some storm coverage. But yeah, don't worry. We report on every single thing that we know that happens in Cayman, whether the police report on it or not. We report on it. And, we also report on regional news. You probably knew here. We appreciate you coming. Make sure you hit that like and follow button so you can know exactly what we cover. All right, here's some announcements from our government.
Our physical infrastructure keeps Cayman going. We're looking for individuals or groups who made a lasting impact on our islands. Do you know someone? Let's recognize them. Nominate today at gov.ky/YSCH.
The Ministry of Youth, Sports, Culture and Heritage is pleased to announce that the nominations for the 2026 National Recognition Awards are now open. Nominate individuals and groups who played a key role in developing the Cayman Islands' physical infrastructure. The categories include landmark leaders, infrastructure innovators, and the builders of Cayman. Visit gov.ky/YSCH. Click on the Nominate button to make a nomination. Here is a step-by-step guide to fill out the form. Before starting, please read the instructions, the award categories, and the eligibility criteria. Step 1. Enter your personal information and select the award category for the person or group you are nominating. Click Yes to confirm that your nominee meets the criteria. Step 2. Enter the nominee's full name, date of birth, and district. Indicate their current status, whether living or deceased, and ensure you have the current contact information for your nominee and their next of kin. Fill out the submission detail and provide any supporting documents and a reference to support your nomination. Step 3. Review your submission and make any changes by clicking the previous button. When you are ready, confirm and agree to the terms and click Submit Form to make your nomination. A thank you notice will confirm that the nomination was received, and a copy of the application will be sent to your email. Your nomination will be reviewed and considered by the National Recognition Awards Committee, and only successful nominees will be contacted and recognized at next year's National Heroes Day ceremony. Remember, you can submit multiple nominations or browse our frequently asked questions by visiting the National Recognition Awards tab at gov.ky/YSCH. We look forward to receiving your nomination.
All right. Good morning again. Taj Trevina says, good morning, blessed people of the Cayman Islands. I deeply appreciate the offer y'all are going to put in place for us Jamaicans. I thank you on behalf of the rest of us. Thanks a lot. Yes, I mean, listen, without a doubt, the way that this is looking, Jamaica is going to need, as much assistance as possible. So let's go ahead and get into some of the details of the storm, and we stand ready. Our government is going to, without a doubt, and the people are going to provide all the assistance that we possibly can. Okay, so we are looking at some pretty serious, extreme hurricane conditions. Give me a minute to just pull up a few slides. These are courtesy of Mr. Weatherman Brian. He has these up on his platforms. Now, we can't show his videos because of copywriting. And of course, I get it that that's also how he, makes his money. And so we want to respect the perimeters that are in place. But let's look at some of the graphs here so that we can see exactly what it's looking like for Jamaica. So here we are tonight and Tuesday, tonight being tonight, Monday night, and Tuesday morning, as the storm crawls over Jamaica. It looks like it's going to go almost right down the middle. And so severe structural damage is expected, 170 mile per hour winds with gusts higher than that. No, my apologies, 170 mile per hour wind gusts expected on the coast where you've got Treasure Beach, Black River, Mandeville, May Pen. And then it's going to move across. Power loss for several weeks is to be expected. Isolation of various communities. Now, I mean, I guess people in Jamaica would know this better than anybody else. And feel free to call in, by the way, 936-2626. The phone line is open. But ultimately, we know that the communities are designed a lot of times where, one bridge is down, that means that you're cut off. That entire community would be cut off. I think St. Mary's kind of like that. Like if you're taking the Junction Road, I don't know, there is an alternate route. What do you guys call it? Not the bypass, the highway to get to St. Mary, but it's a much longer route. So I think a lot of people don't necessarily use it. I haven't taken that route, to be honest. So I don't know how versatile that is, because I think most Jamaicans just take Junction. They're like, it is what it is. But yeah, so I don't know how versatile that option is. But kind of like Cayman, there's some communities who only have one way in and one way out, one road. And so Lisa says, good morning, Sandra. I have extended family members in Jamaica. Yeah, a lot of people do. So this looks pretty devastating. The government yesterday issued a number of their information services, Jamaica Information Services, a number of counties, not counties, what do they call them? Oh, what do you call them in Jamaica? They're not districts. They are, I'm trying to think of the name of it. Good morning, caller. Oh, hold on one second. I cannot hear you. Let me plug this back in. Hello, good morning. No, I think I need to restart the phone. Just give me a little minute. Let me restart it. Sometimes I have to restart the phone for the board to pick up on the audio. So give me 1 second to power it off and then just restart it. It was charging. Parishes. Yes, thank you. Yes, parishes. That's right. All right, give me 1 second. They've issued a number of alerts in relation to the different parishes that can expect severe flooding, and they have put in mandatory evacuation for certain areas, and really encouraging people to leave because that's the only safe option. So here's a list of high-risk communities. Kingston, St. Andrew, they've got everything from Seaview Gardens, Tivoli Gardens, Waltham Gardens, Washington Gardens. Those are all areas that they expect severe flooding. And then the list for St. Catherine is extensive, a very, very long list. Are these all parishes or these are just communities? I mean, you guys can tell me how this works, but St. Catherine, I'm guessing, is the parish. And then within the parish, you've got all these communities like St. John's West, St. John's East, Spanish Town, Old Harbor Road, Old Harbor Bay, Old Harbor, and so on. So, all right, let me see if my phone is now ringing. Let's see if I can hear anybody. I still can't hear through the board. Let's see. Hello?
Hello.
Oh, there we go. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, hold on. Let me turn you down in the background.
Good morning. Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just tuning into you. And if this has been said already, please forgive me. But first of all, I'd like to say my prayers of this done. They have been for quite some time. And there are two things I'd like to say this morning, Sandra, if you would allow me. One is what I would really love to hear, despite what many people's feelings might be. I would hope that they would set them aside at this time. I would really like to hear right now. I mean, when I say right now, today sometime this evening, I'd like to hear our Premier speak to Cayman as a nation and ask them to do what the Honorable P.J. Patterson did when Ivan was coming upon us. And that is to take a moment of silence and pray for our neighbors. This is going to be a very devastating, catastrophic hurricane. I don't think that many of them realized it at the time, but I believe they do now. It's not going to be like Gilbert. While Gilbert was a very powerful hurricane, Gilbert took Jamaica from east to west, and Gilbert moved very fast. So in a few hours, it was over. This one is different. And I think those of us who experienced Ivan have a pretty good idea what is coming upon them. It's actually upon them. Some people had lost power already last night, and phone lines were already sketchy, and I suppose by now they're down. I'd like to hear that. I mean, I've been praying, and I'm going to continue to pray And the other thing that I would like to say is, and I'm appealing to all Caymanians, let us show Caymankind again and already grab a box, put something in it and think outside the box. Most people tend to put food in the box, but there's so many other things that people need. Think about the little children, pack little coloring books, crayons, board games, things like that. Our children today don't know these things, they're not used to it, they're all used to these devices. But without electricity for many weeks and perhaps months, we need to deal with their mental state as well. Back pillows, blankets, sanitary stuff, you know. Um, this is stuff they will need. So, when Dorian hit the Bahamas, I sent stuff and I thought about the children as well. And, I got pillows and things like that. I even went so far as to go collect boxes, from Foster's and Thompson's and took to the people that were collecting this stuff. And because some people bring stuff, but they don't have a box. So, eventually this hurricane is going to exit Jamaica. And I'm sure at some stage, we will be sending stuff. I'm not sure, if we are allowed to send stuff into Cuba, but, I would say that if we are, we could also think about them. And then eventually, the Turks and Caicos Islands and the Bahamas. And let's pray that it don't get as far as Bermuda, that it will fizzle out, or at least weaken very much, that there's not a lot of damage done there. So,
yeah, thanks very much.
I have to say, I'm very emotional. I get very emotional about these things. I lived through Ivan, and I find this, very, very heart-wrenching, when we have to watch, or I have to watch other people go through it. And as I say again, despite what anyone's personal feelings might be, we're all humans. We're Caribbean neighbors, and this is what we do. We help one another. So let's do it again.
All right. Thank you so much, for sure. Appreciate it. And without a doubt, I mean, the assistance efforts will be organized, I would say, through governments. Now, we've seen in the past that we have to be very, very careful with donations for a number of different reasons. The Red Cross, I'm sure they'll be reaching out and they'll be organizing efforts, maybe a few other NPOs. But one thing that they have said that tends to happen with these storms, unfortunately, is we tend to send and pack things that people don't actually need. And so it ends up going there and simply sitting, in a dump. And so that's not a good thing. Like, we're packing clothes and all these things that they actually don't need. So what the Red Cross tends to do is they will ask for monetary donations. And this is what they've been doing in the last probably 10, 15 years. They've been asking for monetary donations so that they can purchase what the people in any given natural disaster or crisis area needs the most. And what they may need the most is sometimes not what we're thinking that they may need the most. Sanitary tablets, water supplies, and so on. And a lot of times it's actually easier for them to get those supplies on the ground or closer to the disaster area, as opposed to having it shipped from abroad. So we'll wait for guidance from those agencies, because those agencies are definitely the experts in post-disaster relief efforts. And they know, they have guidelines that they follow, and they know more of exactly what needs to be done. So having said that, thank you so much, Ms. Brenda, for reminding us of the importance of just being good neighbors. And I have no doubt, listen, people can say whatever they want about Caymanians, but one thing about Caymanians is we have very, very big hearts. I mean, a Caymanian will give you the shirt off their back quicker than probably anybody. That is just how we are. So I have no doubt that both from a governmental perspective as well as private sector, the people of the Cayman Islands will undoubtedly step up to the plate and offer a lot of assistance. I hope that other neighbors do as well, including the U.S. I mean, the U.S. has got billions that they can give to, who did they give money to the other day? They're bailing out some country despite it being in a government shutdown. I can't remember who they gave a couple $1 billion to, 20 billion or something to help that country. So Jamaica, you know, you might be able to give a couple billion, President Trump, but you can certainly send a few $1 million over to help with the recovery efforts. So we'll see. But good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, Sandra. How are you doing?
Morning, dear. Not bad. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm here watching this storm.
Yes.
First of all, before I say what I have to say, because I'm already pissed off here because of what has been said just a couple minutes ago by Aisle 2025. This is not the place for anyone to come to this program this morning to start going off on anyone that calls into your show about this lady goes on for 10 to 15 to 20 minutes.
Oh, Lord.
Miss Brenda called in to talk and say what she had to say. Please do not disrespect my Caymanian seniors. I don't care who it is. Jamaica is supposedly to get hit by this monster twice the size of Ivan storm. We have connections for how many years with Jamaica? This Aisle 2025 better go sit down this morning because two people now have said something to her. Okay? But let me stop and leave that there.
Oh my gosh.
Let me say this. I have been saying this sometime before this formed because I watched the weather. My parents taught me weather and how to read the weather. I knew something bad was coming because the last two full moons, August and September. August, the night before the full moon, there was a ring around the moon. The night of the full moon, there was a ring around the moon. September came, and the night of the full moon, there was a ring around the moon. Our first cold front has come down 3 weeks early here, and how we tell it, how Caymanians read weather, is you watch what the waves do. The old Spanish Bay Reef Hotel here in West Bay, the beach, Sandra, was as wide in most parts like West Bay, and it had covered iron shore. It does it all the time in June, and it's gone by the end of October or middle November. Well, it came early this year, and the sand is gone. There's only sand left behind the two private homes and Conch Point homes. So that's another sign. But let me say this. I have been saying this all along here until, and Edwin said it this morning, and I think James said a comment too, and I said a comment. Until this hurricane makes that drastic turn, because remember, this hurricane was going to go into Kingston and Spanish Town. And here we are, this hurricane has shifted further west and keeps shifting. Until it makes that turn, let me say this to the Cayman Islands this morning. Don't come to this platform, any one of you this morning, with your attitude. Watch this hurricane, because this hurricane could keep going before it makes the turn and swing herself in between Jamaica and the Cayman Islands, and then Cayman Islands will be in the path of getting a lot of it. So we need to watch it very carefully, because if this hurricane doesn't move any faster than it's moving, which it isn't doing, it's biked down to 3 miles again. Cayman better be vigilant and watch this hurricane today, because you see how far that has gone over, that cone has gone in that little space of while since people went to bed and woke up this morning. I woke up at 5:minutes this morning to see it. So until this hurricane makes this drastic turn that it's needed to do, Cayman shouldn't be sitting, no saying here, no sigh or release. because I got people on WhatsApp hollering, telling me, "Oh, storm gone, storm gone." Are you in control of this storm, or is Almighty God controlling that high pressure up there? Because until that high pressure grabs that storm, this hurricane, this monster Melissa, because I sent you it last night, I wanted people to see what was coming. I have two very dear aunties that have adopted me over the years from Jamaica that lived in Cayman, and they live back in Jamaica. And I called them, and I have sent them everything, and I have told them what is coming. That video with Fox of how you see the eye that I sent you last night, pin in and you look straight through that hurricane eye. That's what I wanted them to know what was coming, because they're hunkered down, and people have to understand Jamaica ain't going to, nobody in Jamaica, once this starts, if it continues this route, they are going to be stuck where they are for 3 to 4 days, because the outside world, for where they left and closed their home doors, not going to exist when these people wake up, just like it didn't exist for people that stayed here for Ivan. I was off island on vacation and couldn't get back. But we don't need people coming saying, but oh, people talking. We are concerned, because think about the amount of Jamaicans that live here. Think about the amount of people that are working here and have left their young children with their parents or their aunts. And you have someone coming about talking too much. This is the time to talk. This is the time to get on your knees. If you don't believe in a higher power, you better get on your knees and believe in one. Because I am telling people, if we think Ivan Sandra was bad, Ivan not comparing to this. This is a monster. Look at this storm. This storm has gone from 145 to 160 in a matter of hours. And people are coming on here about people talking too much. No, we need to talk. We need to talk about it. Why we need to talk? Because people have people that are family and friends in Jamaica. And we go back, way back with Jamaica. And you know, it is hard. It's disheartening to hear someone come on here this morning and want to put down seniors in Cayman. Stop putting our seniors down. Thank you, Sandra. But we need to watch it. And we need to watch it strongly. And like I keep telling you, without your platform, because who else is doing what they're doing this morning? You know, we have all of these Jamaicans here. They are humans too. We are all humans, and they are hurting right now. So we need to be the backup for these people. Because you imagine your children down there and you're up here. You know what that's like? Tell people to stop this attitude this morning. Thank you. So please address that attitude. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
We do have another caller on the line. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Good morning there, Sandra. And,
good morning
to all on this live. It's Mr. McDoom here, and again, just would like to throw in a few words here with, of course, our Hurricane Melissa that we are watching. First, I do want to say that look, before we talk about the storm itself, I just wanting to say that, you know, again, at the moment, the stress is very high. And at this point, a lot of people are going to be saying all sorts of things, some unsavory things at times. At this point in time, we all need to have a level of sense of calm about this. Try not to overly stress each other about the ongoing situation. Yes, it is a potentially catastrophic situation that may be developing on our hands here. And right now, bashing anyone is not the right way of going about it at this point in time. So, so having that out the way, you know, Andrea, if you may have received my message earlier, of course, as you know, I'm there doing my weather stuff, my tropic stuff as per usual. And as your previous caller there mentioned, the thing that I'm watching right now is the reconnaissance missions from the Hurricane Hunters aircrafts that are currently out there investigating. And, would like to say my gracious gratitude and thank you to the crews of the Hurricane Hunter aircrafts that are braving the elements at the moment, flying through this very powerful hurricane. Again, what they are finding is quite concerning, and something that your previous caller mentioned. The thing that certainly for me is concerning is that the hurricane has not yet lifted towards north as projected. And again, as something that we have seen as we have went forward, is that the trajectories have shifted a little bit further to the west, a little bit further to the west, a little further to the west. Now, this could become something a little bit better for Jamaica if that does continue, though we are still expecting that significant hurricane conditions will be likely for Jamaica eventually when it does lift to the north. And we do wish them all the best as that happens. But yes, I would certainly say for KVAN to, again, continue to still monitor closely the progress of this hurricane. And again, it's vitally important that we see about these particular short-term movements and how that adjust our forecast for the hurricane over time is vitally important. And I guess this is also a good memo that we've seen from from our Cayman Islands National Weather Service, them reminding people when they do put out their updates and quoting directly from our National Weather Service. Based on current forecast trends, residents are encouraged are encouraged to remain cautious and prepared as we monitor potential shifts in the projected path. Continue to closely monitor updates for any potential impacts or advisories for the Cayman Islands. So, folks, again, whilst yes, things are looking really bad for Jamaica, KVAN should not, at this point in time, rush that off, meaning that, we're fine.
Yes.
We should not be doing that. We ultimately are not going to be fine until this thing is north and east and out of the Caribbean area for any bit of certainty. So, again, just see how things do play out. Again, we hope the best for Jamaica. Yes, if indeed this does pull a bit more to the north and east eventually and towards Western Jamaica, they are going to be in for an event that they have not seen in a good many, many, many years. And again, we do pray and hope that our Jamaican colleagues stay safe and weather the hurricane. And of course, as we've seen notices from the government that Cayman is looking to provide assistance if required.
Yeah.
And so that's good.
Thank
We're
you so
being
much.
a good neighbor. Right, Sandy?
Yes, I do
just leaving you
appreciate
to
it. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it.
Yep.
And some good advice there because, that caller, Adam, is not the only one who has said, they don't like the fact that it's not moving on its projected path, which is supposed to take it over part of Cuba and then headed to the Bahamas. They don't feel like it's moving quick enough. So they're like, there is a possibility. We have to continue to watch this, that it could track, on a path that brings it a little bit closer to Cayman. And certainly we know how unpredictable these storms can be. So without a doubt, the projected models do show it going, as you can see on your screen here, over Jamaica and then headed for the tip there of Cuba. But in relation to the previous caller and also stressing what the last caller said, this is not the time for us to get into anything in terms of personalities. Listen, I don't know what's wrong with y'all. It's Monday morning, for God's sake. Everybody has, that's why I always compare us to a bit of a dysfunctional family, because you can have a lot of love amongst you and still be quite a dysfunctional family. As well as, you can not have any love and still be a dysfunctional family. But listen, we have a really large community here, almost 600 people right now on the live stream alone, tons more listening, which, by the way, I haven't forgotten our squats. We're coming to them. I see it's 8:30. We're going to do the first set. Those of you who want to warm up, please do. But I want to say this. We have a lot of diversity here. We have all sorts of people that listen to this program. Caymanians, non-Caymanians, Jamaicans, English, whatever. And I always try to push for understanding amongst people because there are cultural differences amongst us. Some of us get in our feelings about all sorts of different things. And I think that it's important to talk about those things. Today isn't necessarily the day that we're going to have that conversation because it just isn't appropriate, given, what is happening. But in the context of a lot of other conversations, it becomes relevant. And I'm fine with that. We talk about those things very, very openly. And we have to address and talk about, our own prejudices and whatever. But yes, I agree with the callers. Today really isn't the day for it. And it's certainly not the day to be, look here. If you feel a particular way about a caller, because yes, listen, y'all know back in the day, we had certain people that called in. They wanted to talk about ganja every single conversation. They were annoying the heck out of you because you guys were constantly messaging me about it. Other people, as soon as you hear their voice, you're like, ugh. I can hear a collective sigh amongst the community sometimes because my line starts blowing up. Ugh, Sandy, him again, her again, whatever. Okay, whatever. Everybody has an opinion. And the one thing about this platform is people are entitled to their opinion. You don't have to like it. You don't have to like the person. If you don't like it, turn off the radio, turn off the phone, come back in 2 minutes. Don't make yourself a cup of coffee or something. Sometimes it's not always necessary, especially on a platform where thousands of people are going to see your comments. It's not always necessary to express every single thing that's in your head. God knows if I did that on a daily, we'd all be in trouble. So chill out, just relax. Okay. Somebody gets on your nerves, just relax. It's not 9:30. We're not popping off. We're going to just take it easy. Ugh, I woke up with a headache this morning. Y'all going to make it continue. Anyway, on a serious note, just let it go. And on that note, can we please get up? We started this challenge last week, and I'm not giving it up. Some of you have been thanking me so much. You're like, Sandy, you get me moving in the mornings. Yes, honey child. I did a few over the weekend as well, because I want y'all to continue over the weekend. This is really about mobility and getting yourselves moving. Now, we have a lot of Jamaicans in the comment this morning. Audrey, good morning. Audrey says, parts in Jamaica. Just a few. But let's get up this morning, and we're going to give thanks, first of all, for the ability to move our bodies. And it's very, very important, especially as you get older, to move. Movement is important. Walk more. I would say jump more if you got the knees for it. If not, don't. So yeah, let's get up. And I'm going to try to find a headache tablet or something. I'm supposed to have some around here somewhere. I got a couple of supplements here. I'm going to take some of those. Miss Stacy, find me some Advil or something, honey chill. I need to take something for this headache. I think it's a sinus headache, actually, but it could be my occipital nerve as well agitating me. But anyway, get up. On your feet, honey child. Everybody get up. So those of you who can't stand because perhaps you're in a car, you can do your calf raises where you just kind of pivot your foot up and down, up and down. Everybody else, Miss Dorothy, John, and everybody else, let's get up. And let's go ahead and kind of wiggle it out a little bit. So what we've been doing is we've been doing squats, and we're going to do different things as we go along. But I was telling you guys that the quads are important muscles. And so we're focusing on those. to really get us going. So let's get up and we're going to do, so last week I was doing 25 squats. I can tell you that over the weekend, I got up to 50, honey child. So we're going to constantly make improvements as we go along. Now I will be stopping my camera, and next week I'll organize and we'll have some squatting music because yeah, we need to squat. Now, what I also did over the weekend, starting with, I think it was Friday, I started to do where I squat and then I simply hold it. So that is so, oh my God, that really hurts. And so I'm going to actually continue doing that. And I've been going a little bit lower too, because once the body gets used to it very, very quickly. So yeah, that's right. Mitzi says, chillax. And this is how we're going to help ourselves. Some of y'all need to unwind and take the stress out of your lives. So aim for a few more than you did last week. So I was doing 25 consistently last week. Some days I went over it towards the end. So now I'm going to aim for at least 40. But what I'm going to do to kind of modify it a little bit for myself, Evelyn says she's ready. All right, good stuff. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do 10 regular squats, and then I'm going to do the remainder of the count holding it, okay? So some of y'all got to help me out because I have to keep talking so the radio doesn't disconnect. So I got to squat and talk. So I will count, and then everybody ready? Evelyn, you ready? Shake it out a little bit. All right, so let's go down. That's my first one. But I can tell you, I'm actually going down. Count for me, Miss Vernita in the UK. Count for me, honey child. I think that's 3. So over the weekend, I've been doing mine. Tell me when I get to 10, and then I'm going to go into a holding squat. All right, good. Do it nice and easy, folks. Nice and easy. Of course, I can feel it in the knee a little bit that I just had my surgery, and I'm not going to lie. I feel it there, honey child, but it is feeling better. So as I continue to strengthen, am I at 10 yet? As I continue to strengthen, I think I must be at 10 by now. Somebody counted for me. As I continue to strengthen the quads, I think that that's got to be 10. I think that the knees are getting the help. That's 10. All right. So now for the remainder, I'm going to go as low as I can. Oh God, and I'm going to hold it for the next, honey child. I'm going to hold it for, let's go for 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, go down limit, 29, 30. Woo! I can feel the burn, honey child. All right, so for every hour, so we're doing it around half past the hour, because we start the show at about 7:33. Oh, honey child, I could feel that burn. Woo. So she said I did 13. That's good. And then held it for another 40. All right. Yeah, honey child, I can feel that burn. Wow. So keep it up. Get those in, my darlings. Evelyn, how many did you do? Good job. Good job. Hi, Miss Debbie. All right. So let's look at some of the details. Pulling for some news reports this morning. Again, Melissa developed overnight as they expected. From yesterday turned into hurricane. And wow. What I can tell you is I think we all can see that this storm is really no joke. And so we have to be extremely careful. The previous caller said, we're all optimistic about the path. However, the immediate areas of concern, obviously being Jamaica right now. Down the road, if she continues to move more north, we expect Cuba to be impacted, the eastern side of Cuba. So they should already start doing their necessary preparations. The Bahamas, even potentially. And Turks and Caicos also on the lookout for this as well. Poor Haiti's already getting parts of the rain from the outer bands, but the forecast is that it's still moving generally to the west. All right. So it hasn't taken that big turn yet, and I think a lot of people are waiting for that. But you know, that means that it's going to actually slow down is what they expect. So at the moment, the latest update from this morning, it was moving west at 6 kilometers an hour. That's 3 miles per hour. And they figure that as it starts to turn, it's actually going to slow down and it can move a little bit more to the west. Okay. So that's where everyone's kind of like, we're not that far from Jamaica, you know. Well, you see us right there on the map. So it has started to take, they say, a hint of more of that northerly turn that they're expecting it to eventually take. And the core of the storm, as you can see from the diagram, this one I think gives you a much better idea. So now we have a pretty good, well-formed eye wall as well. As you can see, the eye of the storm is there, right? And so they say that there is a front that is moving through the Southeast United States, and that is the one that is going to impact the storm and to make it turn. So let's hope so, because we definitely don't want to come in our way. We'd be get a double whammy. So temporarily, they say it's going to go a little bit to the west, but then they're going to continue to see signs of it actually curving. All right. Tonight, it is going to move in with landfall expected late tonight, early tomorrow morning, right into Jamaica. I mean, like I said, the track has it going through the country, right through the middle of the country. And then it's expected to lift its way tomorrow night into eastern Cuba, right through Guantanamo Bay. And then it's going to lift itself up again and continue to, as it moves off into what will probably eventually be, you know, just a tropical storm again. Even Long Island is going to get a little bit of this. Bahamas, of course, is in the way, so to speak. So they will get some winds, as well as Turks and Caicos. And the peninsula of Haiti expected to get additional rain. It's a very strong catastrophic storm, Category 5. And what they have seen in the past with storms of this strength, it's almost like they're so strong that they cannot sustain themselves. So Category 5 hurricanes, sometimes the eye collapses and then it rebuilds itself. It's kind of like a breathing situation because they are so big, right? And so this storm is no exception. They expect it to fluctuate between a 5 and a 4. And most likely it will make landfall as a Category 4 or potentially Category 5. Right now, as of this morning, several hours ago, winds were 160 miles per hour or 260 kilometers per hour. And the pressure had dropped in the core of the storm. So I think the pressure reading, again, probably getting a little bit too technical, but it was about 946. I think it's termed millibars, and then it went down to 941. And of course, the general rule of thumb, why they watch the pressure, is that when the pressure drops, that means that it is strengthening. So it went from 946 to 941. Then the pressure this morning was down to 917. So that's not a good look at all, because in the words of Brian this morning, he said this is very, very alarming because that means that it's simply strengthening, and that's why it's now a Category 5 storm. So it is sitting about 205 kilometers to the southwest of Kingston, Jamaica. That's 130 miles to the southwest of Kingston at this point. Looking at the winds, that's going to be a major concern. They're asking people to shelter in place throughout the day. Don't go out. And that's starting today, really. So lots of wind in the northern sections of Jamaica to be very, very concerned about. Things are going to start to hit around midday today. So again, have your plans, have food for, I would say, as many days as possible, especially if you're in a community that possibly could get cut off from assistance. I'm sure the government and the military is there in Jamaica on standby once conditions after the storm become favorable so that they can go out in vulnerable communities. But it could very well take them a few days with limited, manpower and the fact that they may not be able to physically get to you right away because of flooding or boulders or whatever. Please have enough food and water to sustain you, I would say, closer to a week if you need to. Because chances are you're going to be without power for at least a couple weeks. So from midday today, you're going to get some of those winds and, of course, some rain and expected winds to start clipping the southern coast, my apologies, of about 70 miles per hour from midday today. And that's still very, very strong, right? You don't want to be outside in that, obviously. Yeah, so that's where it is. The southern coast first. They're going to get the impact, and then it's going to start to move its way in from tonight onwards and overnight. So they're expecting the direct hit on the island around 2 o'clock in the morning. And of course, these things are subject to change. So please stay tuned to all of your official, weather sources in Jamaica. And the hit is expected to be around 2 o'clock in the morning. And that's when the dangerous eye of the storm is going to be really almost right in the middle. Looks like landfall is going to happen early morning hours over areas like Black River, Treasure Beach. And so if you're in any of those areas or even close by, you've got to be careful. And then Kingston, there's still a little bit of question mark about how much of a direct hit it's going to have over Kingston. Dangerous winds. Yeah, it's an unbelievable storm. So keep in mind that with a Category 5 storm, I think we experienced that if you were here during Ivan, they'll tell you, okay, the winds are, this right now, but you can have gusts above that. I mean, I think one of our instruments, if I recall correctly, and of course I stand to be corrected, but at some point it went over like 200 miles per hour and then it just flew off. Like it didn't, we could just say, we know there was a gust up to that, but then the wind instrument disappeared. So we didn't really have anything else, but listen, it's definitely going to be gusting above 160, 170, well above that. So yeah, heavy rains are going to be moving in, and everyone across Jamaica at this point should be hunkered down as those winds start to come in, as well as the rain. The southern zones going to get tropical storm impacts first, and then the hurricane impacts later on tonight. So they're saying anywhere from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., 5 p.m. tonight. If the center's still there, they're going to be feeling some of that. And that rain is what is projected to give a catastrophic amount of flooding, something like 500 plus millimeters of rain. In the center, especially, there's going to be heavy bands of rain and dangerous winds to the core of that storm. Spanish Town needs to be very, very concerned. St. Anne's, Falmouth, back through Montego Bay, swinging down to the south. All of those areas need to be extremely cautious. Please stay in place. And then they expect it to start, once it's doing that, to start lifting up to the north. And there's going to be a surge in the Milk River through the Black River area. And then the center of the storm tomorrow morning will pass along the north coast. So this is the projected path as of right now. And again, the dangerous winds and rain will bring mudslides, very, very high likelihood, as is the case often with Jamaica. So please prepare for that, because I know there's a lot of, especially as you go up into the mountains, there's a lot of areas that are prone to mudslides, even with just a heavy day of rain, much less a storm like this, right? So northeast coast may not get a lot initially, because that's considered to be in the back end of the storm, but they say that as it pulls and it's going to curve, then you'll get some of the heaviest weather along the northeast sections, and that's deeper into tomorrow. So, don't let it fool you, as they, that saying, the calm before the storm. Do not let it fool you, folks. This is a very, very dangerous storm, regardless of where you are. So it's best to shelter in place, or if you know that your area is prone to flooding and you've got a structure that might not be able to sustain a Category 5 storm, please go to a safer area. And I think the Jamaican government has been doing a phenomenal job so far in getting people out as much as they can to safety. So it's going to be a lot of water and a lot of rain. And thank you so much. We have a live cam here. There's a number of live cams. We have one for Kingston Harbor right now. I'm happy to show you guys what that looks like. Thanks for sharing that. Someone sent me all of the live cams around Jamaica yesterday, and there are a number of them that give you access to, be able to see exactly what conditions are. So we will certainly be watching, and let me show you this live cam right now so that you can get an idea of what things look like as we speak in Jamaica. So give me 1 second. So there we go. This is what Kingston Harbor looks like right now. And folks, as you can see, that water is already looking a little bit angry to me. Already churning up, honey child. But of course, conditions will get a lot worse than that. But now is not the day to go for a swim. I can tell you that much. So, some wobbling of the system is expected as well, because these hurricanes are so big. I mean, they're so big in size, like the width of them as well, right? And they're so powerful and they're so strong that they say that it's normal for a system this big to kind of wobble. They're not going to go along like a perfectly straight line. And it's that wobbling, of course, that has us concerned, because we're like, listen here, honey child, don't be wobbling towards Cayman. So yeah, big shout out to all of the meteorologists, but especially our favorite meteorologist, Mr. Brian Shields, aka Mr. Weatherman. He says that this will definitely be hitting later tonight as a Category 4 or 5 hurricane. And he said that, listen, the difference between a 4 and a 5 in terms of the impact is really not that much. Because a 4 is going to be devastating, a 5 is going to be devastating. So it's not going to be good. All right. As it pulls ashore, 150-mile winds looking at Mandeville back through Treasure Beach. back through Black River. Then it's going to move in. It's going to swim extreme western sections, including Montego Bay. For those areas, you'll see some winds around 125 miles per hour. And then they're going to start to see it making that turn that they're expecting it to make. Okay, let us check in. I mean, I think we see so far what is happening here. Let's see if we can check in with anyone actually in Jamaica to see how things are going. I'm going to make a few phone calls this morning. Give me 1 second here. Yep. So we have a flat bridge camera as well. We'll check in on that one to see how things are looking. But let's call a few people, some family, and see what they got going on in Jam this morning. All right.
Miss Sandra here.
Good morning, my brother. What's going on?
Nothing is going on more than this girl I give you a scare.
Yeah. So I have you live on the radio, live on the line. I wanted to just check in with you to see how things are looking, because you're pretty central to Kingston.
All right. So we're in Kingston. We're getting light drizzles. A little bit of wind. Like the street, I'm on the outside. The rain is like constantly drizzling.
Okay.
And the winds are a bit heavier than normal.
Okay.
Yeah. But you know, she's a bit out.
Yeah.
The way I see it now.
Right.
I think that's probably tomorrow gonna make landfall.
Yeah, early mornings it looks like. So we're looking right now at the camera for Kingston Harbor. We can see the water kind of starting to churn up and stuff as well. Tell us, what's the general feel like in the sort of Kingston St. Andrew community? Do you feel people are prepared? Are people adequately prepared?
You can prepare as much as you can, you know. You will never be adequately prepared, you know.
Yeah.
For category 5 stuff. I'm on the outside right now. I'm on top of my roof. Over in Harbor, right? Well, the wind is blowing, and
yes.
the storm surges is getting a little bit higher than normal. The waves rather. Yeah, the sea is very choppy. And the waves are high.
Yes. All right. Now, what is it that you have in place for because you're actually going to be at work during the storm, right?
Right.
Yeah. So you're essential services. We're not going to necessarily tell people where you work, but you're essential services. So basically, you will continue to you'll be riding out the storm at work.
Right.
Yeah. And while you do that, there's anybody going to be at your house, or do you have any concerns about securing your house? Have you boarded up windows? What have you done?
I've boarded up all I can board up.
Yeah.
Solar panels. These are the ones I'm fretting about.
Oh yeah, because they might go flying off the roof.
But they were designed to withstand a category 5. We're gonna prove that if they should come.
You're gonna see if the manufacturers sold you a truth or not, right? Now is the time.
Right. That was part of the deal. So.
Yeah. Do they come with any warranty if they get flying off?
Well, if they don't fly off, it's a good thing, but no, there's no warranty on them.
Yeah. All right. And you actually also, we hear the birds in the background. So you are a bird breeder. And so have you noticed anything unusual with your birds? Like, do you feel like they know something is coming?
Yeah, man, they know, because even the appetite has cut, because they would normally be eating. The appetite has cut. They're like seeking shelter, like, you know, fluffed up feathers, and they know. They know. Trust me. The animal instinct kick in. So they're huddling down, you know, and to stay dry. So what I do is preparation. I cover them over and strap the cages down.
You're gonna strap the cages down.
Right. So
All right. Are any of them going inside? Because I know you have some big you still have the parrots and stuff?
yeah, man, they're well the cages they're in, it's pretty much secured. They're gonna be dry for the most part. It's covered. So I just cover them around so the excess wind won't get to them. And they're okay. And where I am, I'm kinda in a closed area, boxed around by houses. So
So you feel like you're a little bit safer because of that.
Right.
Right. All right. So you're gonna ride it out a little bit.
Yeah, man. Like everyone else, we're just watching and waiting and see what this storm is up to, because she's moving so slow.
Yes, that's the concern.
Yeah, that is it. And then now the trend everyone is talking about is the one that she's gonna turn north. That's the danger zone when she turn north. And she's now a category 5, so
right.
Hopefully it weakens as it go along. So
yeah. All right. Well, be safe.
Yeah, thanks.
We're gonna be probably checking in with you a little bit later on to see. I know you had sent us some video and stuff yesterday, and there was a lot of stuff circulating about the storm in terms of people sending videos like, oh, this flooding already in Reen, and those were not actually connected to the storm system.
No. A lot of them aren't. People are sending like false videos from previous hurricanes and stuff and storms.
Yeah.
So we have to be careful we don't get carried away. And I think what that's doing, is driving more fear in people, because people are on the social media and they're watching these videos and and hearing that this is a category 5, but it's a way out to them.
Yeah.
It's on the sea.
Right.
I'm outside now. I'm looking at the sky. Yeah, the sky is gray. Like right now, it's stopped raining. I'm in Kingston. It stopped raining. Just mild wind blowing. Every now and then, little scatter showers.
What communities do you think might get cut off? Because I know, like right now, we're watching this flat bridge, and that looks like just a little bridge. I don't know if that's going to survive the storm or not. It's held up by some boulders underneath, which could easily be moved.
In times like these, they would normally close flat bridge.
Yeah.
So we have 2 gates that they would normally close, and no one enters from both ends. So that area is that area that's flooded, meaning like the water will come on the road and stuff like that. So that's good. I think like hilly areas, like in the mountainous regions where we might get like heavy rainfalls, so we can landslides around by the junction in St. Mary. We normally have rocks and so dislodge and rolling down,
Yeah.
In Clarendon, that's a low-lying area. We normally have flooding in those areas if we get heavy rainfall also. Montego Bay one that also experiences Ochiraya sometime.
Right.
Let's hope the rain don't come and she stay out the sea.
Well, she's coming, so we know you're hoping for the best, but she's definitely coming. So just prepare as best you can. Yeah. Wow. Category 5. Have you? Let me ask you. What was the last major storm that you went through? Do you remember?
I think the last one was Beryl.
Beryl.
Beryl, yeah. She came with a lot of rain. Yeah, flooding and stuff.
So you don't really remember Gilbert? You were too young?
I was probably about 6, 7.
Okay.
Gilbert. Yeah. I vividly remember something. I remember my auntie wrapping us up in towels, and we had to flee. We had to flee for the neighbor's house because our roof was blown off. Water was coming in, and one of my uncle was trying to hold down the zinc, and my dad was holding my uncle. And, it was an experience. You know.
Wow.
Yeah. A
Yeah.
category 5. I think Gilbert was a category 4.
Yeah.
3 upgraded to a 4, and trust me, the winds were strong. Yeah, man.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well, please be safe. We'll touch bases with you a little bit later on.
All right, no problem.
All right, my dear.
All right.
Okay,
Cool.
good. All right, folks. So that's our call there. Kingston, we're going to do a call in a few other areas. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandy.
Morning, dear.
Well, this is a terrible storm bearing down on Jamaica.
Yes, yes.
I was in Jamaica about 3 weeks or 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I can tell you that Clarendon, Manchester, St. Elizabeth, and Westmoreland, I was in the Treasure Beach area. And I can tell you, once it makes landfall there, it's going to be terrible. Because the 1 week that I was there, I traversed between Kingston and Black River. And there was rain every day. So the earth is so saturated now that with this wind coming in and additional water, I can tell you that district like Accompong, Balaclava, Poorman's Corner, even Alan Bamboo, Santa Cruz, I can definitely tell you because I was there. Even Spur Tree Hill, we saw where they had just some little rain the other day, and there was a section that was totally washed out. So this is not simple. And there is some history here. Hurricane we had 2 catastrophic hurricanes already. Charlie and Gilbert. Between Hurricane Charlie and Hurricane Gilbert, it's 37 years. And between Gilbert and Melissa now, it's 37 years, and it's the same month. It's the same month. I remember Gilbert. And let me tell you something. The calm before the storm, I mean, it's beautiful. It's calm, blue skies, the sun was up and nice and birds moving around. And let me tell you something. Within the space of half an hour, all hell broke loose. I could stay downtown Kingston, if you know Kingston, the harbor that you're looking at. I stayed down by that harbor, and I am looking into the hotel that it's now called Hilton. It's in New Kingston, which is Sheraton Hotel. I could stay down by Kingston Harbor and look straight at that building. So this storm, it's gonna be very terrible.
Right. How are you feeling? I mean, like you said, the ground being saturated already. That means that it's more prone to flooding, and most certainly.
No. It means that we are gonna be having a lot of land slipperage, and trees and boulders are gonna be coming down. So and in St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland, you have that's a lot of hilly area, and people live in those districts on the side of the hills and all that, and we're gonna have catastrophic landslide. I've seen a house that is at least 3 miles from a river, and the way out the river and the water undermine the mountainside. The house is 3 miles apart, felt it, because the earth slipped that far.
Wow.
This is no joke, and as the Jamaica government has been saying, this is gonna be catastrophic.
Wow.
No doubt about it. And at the same time, the biggest problem is the movement. It is moving so slow, and I expect it to should have been moving north already, but it's not. So therefore, even with us here in Cayman, If this thing doesn't move within the next 16 to 20 hours, we will get some effect. But the trajectory is that it will be moving north. And I just pray for Jamaica and just hope this thing pick up speed so it actually moves over the island very fast and then the recovery starts.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So thank you to that caller. We are monitoring some of the cameras. So right now we see this area known as Little London on the camera. So let me just see here. This is Westmoreland, Little London. We see people at the gas station gassing up. Yes. That's always a good idea ahead of a storm, to make sure you've got sufficient gas in your vehicle. And otherwise, there's not a whole lot of people on the roadway. Seems pretty quiet. We'll check some other cameras out here in just a second. We have Halfway Tree. We were looking at, we'll do Barbican next. We were looking at Kingston Harbor earlier. And we also have some updates from the Jamaican Information Services in terms of what they are doing to prepare. So first one I'm going to show you is in relation to Spanish Town Hospital. So already, folks, people are being injured. This is where you guys need to really, really take care of yourselves. Don't do anything foolish. Don't take any chances, because quite frankly, there are people who lose their lives before the storm even hit. You know what I'm saying? So take it easy. Don't be out on the road doing foolishness if you don't have to. Clearly, that's never a good idea. And so we're going to see here now, Spanish Town already recording some injuries. So give me 1 second to pull this in.
This hospital at Spanish Town have reported that they have had at least 4 cases of citizens falling off ladders or rooftops in preparation for the storm. And it's something I've been talking about. As you try to protect your property, protect yourself and your family, you're nailing down zinc, you're putting trees, you're going on ladders, you have to be careful and manage that very carefully, because we are already seeing injuries as a means of preparing for the storm, even before the storm occurs. So please be careful. But Spanish Town Hospital seems ready. The staff is motivated and they're willing to work extra hours to give support to the people of St. Catherine and beyond.
All right, folks. So again, some people doing their hurricane prep, but as a result of that, injuring themselves. So please, folks, be careful, because, you obviously, the storm hasn't even reached yet and people are injuring themselves. 10:30 this morning, the government will be having a press briefing, and we'll be bringing that to you live here on our networks. And so I just want to remind you that we are the only station in the Cayman Islands that brings you regional news on a regular basis. We cover the entire region, Bahamas, Jamaica, TCI, Bermuda. But especially in times like this, we try to connect with our people and give you guys coverage, because yes, we are Cayman Mall Road, but we know that we're not an island unto ourselves. And people are very, very concerned about what is happening elsewhere in the world, quite frankly, not just the Caribbean even. But from day one, when we started CMR, I know a lot of you used to be like, well, is this Cayman Mall Road or Jamaican Mall Road or Caribbean Mall Road? And I'm like, who not interested in what happens elsewhere in the world? Y'all need to settle down, honey child. Settle down. And now you see why, because we're all interconnected, folks. Every single one of us are interconnected. Thank you, Miss Shirley. Mr. Ms. Speak Your Mind says the eye of the hurricane is the calmest part of the storm. I'm trying to see if we can get a hold of Brian this morning, but no doubt he's super busy preparing for his next segment. Now, we have a couple from the Minister of Labor and Social Security. We have a couple videos here as well. They're overseeing efforts to stock up on non-perishable foods ahead of the storm. And then we have another one in relation to, I think that one's just an update in a different area. So let's go ahead and play a few of these videos, folks.
Here again at the Central Food Organization. Matter of fact, I'm here with my permanent secretary, director of EAD, and the acting director of disaster relief. Everybody's out making sure that we have the right amount of resources and that we are putting them in a place that the resources are protected. So we're lifting most of the food and other items that are perishable to make sure that when this area is affected as well, that we can keep those things in good condition. Additionally, and I want to encourage persons at your home
All right, folks, we are back. My apologies. It seems like our internet actually just tripped out this morning. So that was logic. And you know that for the purposes of what we do here, we have a bit of redundancy in place. Listen, we're like Fort Knox around here. So we have redundancy in place. Yes, the radio would have tripped out. All right, let me get the radio back. Let me just refresh that. That says registering. So let me try to reconnect with the radio. But yeah, my apologies. The internet just died just now. So, what a mess. Oh, oy. Okay, we're still trying to get that one. It says registering. Let me actually just disconnect it from the box and then try again. So yeah, it looks like the internet tripped out. That was the logic. And I know Flo was having a few issues this weekend because remember now, going back to how we're all interconnected, you know, if there are regional issues that my one cable is being impacted, Cayman might feel some of that. So although we're not getting the storm, am I muted? Hello?
Hello, good morning.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing Miss Sandra.
Okay, all right, good. Yeah, I was wondering if I was muted because all of a sudden I can't.
This is Owen Bailey, the guy about the driver's license.
I have to. When was it posted? I'd have to look and see.
Huh?
When was it posted?
Well, I'm in Easton.
No. When was we posted about your driver's license?
Yeah.
When was that?
I don't quite remember the day when you posted, but my name is Gawin Bailey.
Oh, all right. That means that we're going to have a look. But we're live right now on the radio, so I guess give us some time later on. Just send me a WhatsApp message, and I'll have a look and see.
Okay, no problem.
All right.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, no problem.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, we'll have to look and see where his license is. Right now, I'm not sure. Some people don't see the messages for quite some time, you know. So. Something's still not connected here. Connection error. So I can't get to that network. All right, give me a second. I'm going to play some music while we try to get back online. And I'm going to switch back to the other network because OneDrive I can't get access to if I'm not in that network. I think Marlon needs to fix that for me though. All right, give me a few minutes, folks. Just a few minutes.
The Fall Labour Force Survey and Quality of Life Survey conducted by the Economics and Statistics Office ESO started on Sunday, September 28th. The Labour Force Survey seeks to collect data on the employed and unemployed persons in the Cayman Islands, as well as those who are not in the labour force. The Quality of Life Survey seeks to gather information on life satisfaction, sense of well-being, financial security, economic outlook, social inclusion, sense of belonging to the local community, and perceived health. Trained interviewers, with ESO ID cards, will visit randomly selected households. The interviews are confidential in accordance with the Statistics Act. No individual data will be published or disclosed. Survey data are exempt from Freedom of Information requests. For more details, please call the ESO hotline at 516-3329, that is, 516-3329.
It's the cold hard truth. Everyone really want to know what's going on with her show. Just get on the air and you will know it's Sandra. The queen of the mile road is here, helping people from everywhere. Get on the phone and you will hear Sandra. Now she will tell you how it goes, but don't you ever step on her toes, 'cause you will hear the cold hard truth from Sandra. They say she's the hero in town, helping people from all around. You get a call, your money is found, it's Sandra. Some will call her late at night just to say that there is a fight, and she will not just leave it alone. She'll get up and call on the phone, and when politics starts on her show, everyone really wants to know the way the things will really go with Sandra. And some will start to criticize, get on the show and tell pure lies, but someday we'll realize it's Sandra. start to argue again, she'll pull the heads to the wind, and soon you will be a friend with Sandra.
My apologies for that. Our internet tripped out there, and I was saying that sometimes regionally we can expect to have some issues here, and I am reminded of the fact that this is why we need to have multiple means of having internet into the island. We can't just rely on that one Maya 1 cable only. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Okie dokie. Let me just have a look here. Right. All right, so we're going to make a few more calls around Jamaica to just check in. Coming up in a few minutes, we're going to do our squat challenge. So get ready, folks. Make sure that you're ready for that. And yeah, okay. Okay. All right, let's make another call. Thank you so much for your patience as we maneuver through. All right, so let's check in out in the St. Mary area. Let's see what's going on there. Keishan, today is not the day for it. Seriously.
Hello, Sandy.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Make good.
All right.
Yeah, fry some breadfruit.
Yes. you
get some breadfruit.
You gotta be storm ready with some food then.
Yeah, man. We get breadfruit off of the tree. So I'm lovely about 10 and I roast all of them.
Oh, wow.
We roast all of them and I bag them now and put them into the freeze.
Okay.
So
all
right
right.
through the time we have.
You gotta have. All right. So I have you on the radio. My listeners are hearing you about your breadfruit.
Oh my God, Sandra, why did you do me that? That's not nice, my daughter.
It's all right. We good. So tell us a little bit about your storm prep. How are things? First of all, you're in the St. Mary area. How are things looking?
Well, right in my location, we do not have any damages. The rain is intermittent.
Yes.
And also the breeze, but nothing more than some squalls. Yes, some intermittent showers. They've been moving out into shelters too. We have a shelter in our community, and so persons are moving into the shelters.
Okay.
Based on their own location where they are, and also the status of their home.
Yes.
You know. So, but in my area, it's nothing right now. But we still have to be safe because we are near to the coast, and we are within the path of the hurricane. So we just have to remain safe and be sensitive to what is happening. If you look at what is happening now, you might say, "Oh, it's not coming," but even the rain can be dangerous for us with the flooding. And so
tell us what even with the rain, with that amount of rain, what are you expecting for your specific area? Do you think your community will get shut off? I mean, category 4, category 5 storm. I'm sure you would remember Gilbert.
My community is not one that floods very easily. Yeah. We have 2 main areas that will flood, but it will as soon as the rain stops, it will run away because it enters into our water, enter into a major river and then into the sea. So we might have some flooding, but nothing too detrimental to life.
Okay. And do you expect that your community is going to get cut off from, because I know you have that bridge. Yeah, that one bridge coming. Yeah.
Right. It possibly can.
From Junction
That's
Way.
a possibility.
But you have another route, right? There's another route. The main highway comes to you as well?
We have the bypass, no. Doesn't pass through my place. But my community is linked directly to Kingston via the Junction Road. So if that major road is blocked, we have no access to well, we could have access to Kingston by other alternate routes. But again, those are interior roads and they have a number of little rivers and bridges and stuff. So we possibly can be, but it wouldn't be anything much for us right in my community. Port Maria or Notta Bay can be of much more concern, and Port Maria area is normally one of the high risk area, and some areas in Notta Bay. And well, we are surrounded because we are on a hill, right? If you look at where we are, right?
Yes.
But basically, for me, I would say I'm pretty safe. Our drains are clean around us. We have kept our drains clean, flowing freely.
Yes.
So,
and do you feel like most people?
I just said to my grandson, today's just a lazy day for us. Just ensure that we have enough food, and if the internet is not gone, we watch TV. But basically, I am feeling safe. And
yeah,
well, I ensure that the shop does have enough food to supply the community. So that we had made preparation for that. We bought extra goods to ensure that the community, even if we are cut off, the community will have food.
Okay. All right.
But I know that in the other parts of Jamaica, because Ray is now at the ECO Emergency Center, and I know down in the west and in the southern area, persons have to be evacuating. They're in more endangered. Lives are endangered more in the southern, the western area. Some parts in the eastern area too. I'm in the northeast. So if the trajectory of the wind changes, it's going to come directly over where I am. So that's another uncertainty. We are more perturbed about the breeze now. Having the experience of Gilbert. So we know if the breeze should come from the southeastern side, it's going to affect us badly.
Okay.
All
right. So you're hunkered down in place. You got some nice breadfruit, probably some sprats, hopefully, to go with it.
I have fish in the fridge. I just not too fried them.
Denny says you can't come on the air with fried breadfruit and not be prepared to share. That means he would have to come to Jamaica to get it, though.
I guess he could, because I do have enough. We got about 10 from the tree, very big and yellow heart, So I make sure roast them. Yes, I make sure roast them, peel them, slice them, and I'm going to be putting them away for future.
Very nice, very nice. All right. So be safe. We'll check in with you a little bit later on.
And all the best for my Cayman friends and family.
Yes, my dear.
Love you all.
All right. Thanks so much. Okay, dear. All right. So that's reporting live and direct from St. Mary. They sound like they are prepared this morning. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Good morning.
Morning, dear.
I'm calling with major concern. Last night, I was talking to a friend in Jamaica while I was watching this video. There's people over by Hellshaw trying to get their boats pulled up, and they were being told that the cost was so much for the trucks. They were all trying to do it by hand, but they could not get it far enough up, as well as there is a lot of people over there that are thinking that they're safe with sandbags on these tin roofs. They're not. It's too close to the water. The water's already coming in.
And
So
this is
maybe
Hillshire
we
Beach
can
area.
get somebody to help with these trucks to help pull these boats further up. Thank you.
Sorry, just clarify for me the location.
Hillshire, sorry. Hillshire.
Oh gosh.
Hillshire Beach.
So they're trying to get their boats out of the water and they're needing some help.
Right. Because the boats are not high enough. They're going to wash out. The water's already coming up.
Oh, wow.
The boats are too big. Women and men were out there trying to get it across the road, rolling it on bamboo, but it's not, they're not high enough.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's their living.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, my dear.
So much.
So, if we have people, obviously lots of people are listening to the show all over the world, but if you're in the Hillshire Beach area, by all means, it looks like some of the persons there actually need some assistance. I'm trying to see if there is any live cams in that area so that we can see. So we have downtown Kingston. If anyone has a live cam view of Hillshire Beach, they may not have a camera, but if you have one, do let me know so that we can perhaps pull that up. Okay, so calling for help. Let's watch the video that we were playing earlier before we got disconnected, please.
Again, at the Central Food Organization. Matter of fact, I'm here with my permanent secretary, director of EAD, and the acting director of disaster relief. Everybody's out making sure that we have the right amount of resources and that we are putting them in a place that the resources are protected. So we're lifting most of the food and other items that are perishable to make sure that when this area is affected as well, that we can keep those things in good condition. Additionally, and I want to encourage persons at your home to do the same that we are doing here. We are looking around in the environs to make sure that anything that can become a missile is picked up and stored away. So any zinc, any board, any loose garbage cans, anything that will be picked up by the wind and become a missile, we are moving it into a place that is safe. Additionally, we are again making sure that we pre-position as much as possible. So we still have persons coming in to collect, to go out across the country, so that if this hits and we have any areas that are cut off, we still have enough resources to the west, to the east, and in the center of the country to provide immediate support. Right now, I'm advised that this is tracking towards us, and if it hits us at Category 4 landfall, St. Catherine, Clarendon, Manchester, will be underwater. So we are crying out and encouraging everyone, particularly in those areas, to be very alert.
Keep calm, stay alert, be informed, stay connected.
We're down in Rocky Point now, right by White Sands. You can actually see the storm surge has already started. Maybe about 3-4 feet so far. And it's coming in, and it is already seeming very fierce. So we have to ask everybody, if you are listening to me, if you are hearing me, evacuate. Evacuate. If that's what we're seeing now and it has not started, get out of the area. Rocky Point, Courtland Cottage, some areas of Mitchelltown, Longwood, these areas in our low line. It's time for us to move. So we had a couple of buses taking people. So person said they're not leaving. I'm telling you again, the best interest in the family, life, or everything else. Get your documents that are critical, put them into something safe. Get one for school, into caretaker, go to games, or one of the areas we have as evacuation centers. Again, just take a look. Let them see what's happening outside. The pity that we can't get straight over, but what was beach is now sea. Sea has already risen by about 3 feet. So we expect the surges to be maybe 10 feet and more when things really get going later on tonight, moving into tomorrow. It's time for us to really take heed, be informed, but more importantly, to take action.
All right, folks. And of course, good salient advice there as we are watching the situation in Jamaica develop, unfold, if you will. We have a live view cam now of Kingston West Parade, this area. And yes, we are going to now pull in someone else reporting from Jamaica here in just a little bit. Somebody reminding us that Hellshire is actually pronounced Helsha. Make sure you get it right, like how the Jamaicans pronounce it, Helsha Beach. All right. So we're trying to get one of our reporters there, local reporter in Jamaica, to jump on the live stream with us, give us a rundown of what is happening on the ground. Anne-Marie, good morning, says my family is in St. Anne, Runaway Bay, has told me right now that they have no rain and just a bit of wind. And don't be fooled by this, you know, the calm before the storm, as we can see this video, not much in terms of people in the roadway, few people still walking around. Hopefully they're going to get in place and shelter and hunker down. Anne-Marie goes on to say the Jamaican government was supposedly going to turn off power to the whole island at 9 a.m. this morning. Well, they're still out a ways from the storm. So they're probably not going to do that until they're quite a bit closer. Let me see here. Also, we do have, let me just see here. We do have a number of, okay, thank you. We do have a number of people who are obviously paying very, very close attention to this system. I just got another one about storm prep. Okay, yep. Okay. Let me just check in my inbox this morning to see if we need to pay attention to anything else. All right. Okay. Yep, got it. Understood. Okay. Okay. Just messaging Brian Shields. All right, so we're going to call some more people. Okay. All right, folks, get up, stand up. We're going to do some movements. Briefing. Briefing. 10:30. Good morning. All right, very good. All right. Okay. Understood. Okay. Okay. All right, very good. All righty. So let me just see, making sure I'm not missing anything else. I don't know why people send me these ridiculous emails. All right, very good. I believe JPS said that info was false. What info was that? I'm missing what you're saying. All right, let's go ahead and you know what they talked about, flying debris. I think that's very, very That's very, very important to ensure that people are, you know, remaining as vigilant as possible, because there's so many things that can turn out to be a flying projectile. So even for us here, we've just been warned. The storm was a little bit of a close call. We were starting to do preparations. This time of the year, try to keep your surrounding area free from debris. I mean, I had some wood in my yard that was there from when I had my surgery 2 months ago. And good old Mr. Nathan came and made my little ramp for me to be able to get in the house on my crutches. And then he took it down. I was going to try to donate it, but nobody wanted the wood. So I had him take that away this weekend, because again, things like that can be a flying projectile. So anything that you have laying around the place, have a plan for, moving it indoors, securing it as best you can. Like I have my pickleball net. Honey child, got to figure out how to take that down again. I've forgotten. So, those are the things that you want to make sure you have someone that can do for you, or you can do it yourself. Take these things down ahead of a storm, because again, they're just going to be battered all over the place and become dangerous projectiles. Parking vehicles on public roads, never a good idea. And I see some of you have no safe harbor for your boats. And so, you're taking boats and putting them on a public road. You shouldn't be doing that. Oh, about the power. Yeah, no. The power is obviously still on. And in fact, Flo made an announcement I saw online that as of right now, 771 Flo sites are fully operational. So the vice president and general manager for Flo in Jamaica, Stephen Price, says that 771 of their 778 Flo sites island-wide are up and operational, as the company stands in high alert ahead of the passage of Hurricane Melissa. Mr. Price, who was speaking during a joint utility briefing on Sunday, said that they were all priority 1 sites, which serve the most densely populated areas, and they're right now 100% operational. So of course we will expect things to go down. Water, power, and electricity tend to be areas of concern. So let me show you some of what the Jamaican government has put out by way of the high-risk communities. So I've shown you guys Kingston, St. Andrew, and St. Catherine. They actually have Clarendon earlier, Manchester. And then they tell you whether or not it's prone to just flooding, landslides, or flooding and landslides. So there's a few areas that are known for that. And so they obviously are just reminding people ahead of time what they can actually expect. Thank you, Sam. So we have here flooding expected, Black River, all that area, Bull Savannah, Holland Junction, all these areas of St. Elizabeth. Then we have Westmoreland, lots of flooding expected there, landslides for Ginger Hill. And what is this one called? Pisgah? Don't know if I'm pronouncing that one right. Portland has, Portland. Lots of flooding, areas prone to flooding, landslides, and both. Wow. So Swift River, likely to get flooding and landslides, Buff Bay, Windsor, Fellowship, all over. So Portland seems like a very high-risk area. And then we have for other areas of Portland and St. Mary and St. James. Let me just pull these up 1 second here. They are also got a list of high-risk areas as well. So Anada Bay, you heard our previous caller talking about that area. Bailey's Val, Dover, Martin, Port Maria, all those areas there. Lucky Hill, landslides, might not be too lucky. Scotts Hall, Wood Park, flooding in St. James, landslides, and both noted there as well. And then we have St. James, Hanover, and St. Anne. Again, let me just pull this one up here. Some known areas subject to flooding, landslides, and both as well. And then St. Anne and Trelawney, some additional areas there. And of course, encouraging everyone to just stay as safe as possible. All right, let's stand up, folks. Time to do our squats of the day or squat challenge. Y'all be thinking I'm forgetting, and then I look at the time. Time to get up. All right, Miss, where's my UK connection? Are you ready to count out for me? So I'm going to start. I'm going to do the same thing I did last time. So I'm going to do 10 traditional squats. And then for the last 40, I'm going to just hold it. So I'm up to 50 now. And I think I went over 50 by 3 last time. So, and in the meantime, let's see if we can make another phone call. I'm checking into Jam. Yes, Miss Vernita, I'm ready for you to start counting for me. All right, I'm here. Ready? All right, she says she's ready. All right, everybody else, get up. You got to like kind of shake it out a little bit. Shake out those legs. Yes, honey child. Get them feeling. All right, so I'm going to go down for my first one, and then I want you to count for me. Keep me. So that's 1. Come up. 2. Nice and easy. Remember, don't have the knees ever go over the knees to go over the foot, right? So watch your alignment. And the best thing to do is pretend like you're sitting in a chair. You know, put that rear end all the way back and just take it down. I think that's 3. All right, Evelyn, you're on the road. So when you get from where you are, unless I'm running to Scotia bathroom to do my squats. No, when you get where you're going, go ahead and and get them done. All right. I think I'm coming up on, is that 9 or 10 yet? All right. So you can do it later on. All right. I think I'm about 10, I believe. So I should be at 10. Miss Vernita, tell me now. Isn't that 10 yet? Okay, so I think I've done 10, and now I'm going to just go down and hold it. And I saw somebody last week talking about they were doing deep squats. That's where you go all the way down to the ground. Chum, I can't do that. I did 15. Lord God. All right, hold it for 30. And we're going to play a little bit of music because, oh my God, this really hurts. Commercial.
Kapanapanabik oras ay nangyayari dito mismo Cayman Mile Road at gusto naming maging bahagi ka nito. Naghahanap kami masigasig at malikhaing tagalikha nilalaman mula komunidad Filipino gustong tumulong sa amin. Isulong pagkakaiba-iba, kultura at koneksyon komunidad buong Cayman Islands. Kung pinangarap mong mag-host sarili mong palabas, magbahagi nakaka-inspire kwento o magpakita pagmamalaki Pilipino, ito na ang iyong sandali. Naghahanap ang CMR-TV ng mga malikhain at independenteng tagalikha ng nilalaman na handang magsama-sama at gumawa ng lingguang palabas na ipinagdiriwang ang karanasang Pilipino sa Cayman at higit pa. Kaya't kung mayroon kang talento, mga ideya at lakas, gusto naming marinig mula sa iyo. Sumali sa pamilya ng CMR habang patuloy tayong lumalago, kumonekta at kumakatawan sa bawat sulok ng ating masiglang komunidad.
Woo, we can feel that. All right, 936-2626. Phone lines are open. All right. Whew. So I did 15 regular and then another, how much? Oh Lord, I lost count. All right, so let us go ahead and jump in. And see if we can make another phone call. So give me 1 second. Just checking in on people to see where they are. Oops. Did I do a video call? No, I think that's okay. Hello, good morning.
How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. I have you live on the radio, on the line. Just getting a little update on how things are going there. So you're in Kingston area.
Yeah, we're in the Kingston Central, the St. Andrew rural area.
Okay.
Right. So we're in the hills of St. Andrew.
Yes.
Across from the Blue Mountain. So we are looking onto the Blue Mountain. And at the moment, we're not getting as much rain. We got a little breeze this morning, not a lot to take anything down. So it's light, very, very light showers that you can walk outside.
Okay.
It's very cloudy though. The clouds are very thick. And you can still see the mountains, right? But it's very cloudy. We are not anticipating heavy showers yet, as the news tells us, until 2 a.m. tomorrow morning, which is Monday morning.
Tuesday morning.
Right. No, Monday morning.
No, today's Monday. So 2 a.m. would be Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Keep calm. Stay alert.
I mean, these days I've gotten us all up and down. Thank you.
Yes.
Right. So not until 2 a.m. Tuesday morning.
Yes.
Before we will see we will start feeling the impact of this hurricane. We are now up to category 5, and that is our fear, because I've experienced Gilbert, and Gilbert was and you know what? I like to ride through a storm, a hurricane, in the daylight. I fear it when it comes in the dark. In the daylight, I can see, I'm up, I can see where to move to, what to do. When it's dark, you can't move. You it's unexpected. Right? So the wind might be coming. You can't see debris flying around yet until the impact takes you. So it's quite fair in my mind for it to come at that time, because at that time it will be pitch dark. Right? That's what happens in a hurricane. Pitch darkness. Our JPS source, electricity source, have started cutting electricity from now, because they do have floating barges that provide that the LNG comes in.
Okay.
And so they've started, just keep on the radio that sections of Jamaica are now out of electricity. Fortunately for us, we still do have.
Okay.
Right? We still do have. And then we do have a backup solar system, which we've shut off to use JPS to secure the batteries. So we've charged up to 100, shut it down, keeping that, and using the source of JPS right now. So whatever reserve we will have is for after, until the JPS power is gone.
Yeah.
So at the moment, it's not so scary. It's just the news.
Yeah.
That is really scary. So it's nothing happening outside. The leaves are not even shaking. The rain that is coming is not even impacting the leaves. at the moment, and the majority of the country is experiencing the same effect. It's just that what has happened is that we've been having very slight rain from yesterday over the past 24, 36 hours. And so the ground is now becoming saturated.
Yes.
So what is going to take place is that when the impact of the hurricane comes on, and the ground is already saturated, the rainfall that it comes with, it's going to have land slippage, it's going to have flooding, and these things, you know, that comes along with it.
Did you have a lot of rain in the previous week or two?
Yes, before. So very heavy showers we've been having in the afternoon. So we'll get periodically heavy showers, like we could time it and we would know to prepare ourselves by 1:30 until 2:30, 3 o'clock. Heavy showers, heavy pours. So we've been having that for the past 3 weeks. Every day we've been having showers. Now that the hurricane is here, it's just lightly, not heavy.
Yes. But of course, the concern being that the ground is going to be quite saturated.
Right.
Yes.
That is the point. So we've been wet before, and then with the drizzles keep going on and without stopping. That is going to be the disaster. That is going to be the disaster. Well, the impact of the wind, I think Jamaica is a little bit more prepared after Gilbert to take wind pressure, right? Because we've lost lots of roofs, houses lost lots of roofs in Gilbert. No, I think most people has now chosen to do slab roofs, right? And even the other types of roofs would have hurricane straps, and so I'm hoping that those will impact, will just ride through the storm with that and give a good impact. But all in all, our supermarkets are empty. I just hear from Montego Bay that they need the highways to be, the highways are open. Toll roads are open. And we can freely go, but we are asked to stay in. But I am understanding that there are shortages of rice and bread and biscuits and stuff like that in Montego Bay already.
Find the right care team,
because
maintain
they
a positive
depend
mindset,
mainly
advocate
on
for yourself,
Kingston
and
to
ask your
send that
doctor about new
down.
backup.
Right? So that's already. The hurricane is not here yet. And our roads are still open, and that is the impact.
Wow.
But I guess you can prepare as much as you want, but how much more can you be prepared?
Yes.
We just have to
Do
wait.
you find, in your opinion, that most people are sufficiently prepared? Do you think people are ready for this? When was the last time you had probably Gilbert? You would have been around for Gilbert. What is your feeling, your sense
There
of?
are others. There's like Ivan, and we just had Beryl.
Yeah.
We just had Beryl.
But this one is quite substantial in that it is a sizable storm.
Yes, it will be. It will be. And the preparedness is really for food, water, shelter. But if you know that your structure, your shelter structure is not up to standard, you should go into the shelters, right? They're started going out, sending buses out to collect these vulnerable persons and putting them in the shelter. Now, shelters come with different anxieties. And so people are wary of going into the shelters because of what will happen. So while you're not home, the cats will play.
We've actually seen some footage already of people going and stealing. There's one that we played earlier, a guy going into a shop and stealing cell phones. And so this is always a concern for people in Jamaica, is that the good people leave and go into the shelters, but then that leaves the criminals behind, who then will loot and pillage people's homes and businesses and stuff like that.
Exactly. The criminals they have no preparedness. What they are prepared to do is go and loot.
Oh God.
So you will be there trying to secure your life, right? So you're going to lock up as much as you can and leave, but then they will find some means and way to get in. No, the other concern for what I heard on the radio, one caller calling, and was saying, you have to be careful when you are in the shelter also, because they tend to rape you.
What?
They tend to take advantage of you
in the shelter.
And in the shelters.
So do they not have security in the shelters?
We have so many shelters open. I don't think we can, or I shouldn't say don't think. I don't know if they have deployed enough security. So I guess they'll have to have like marshals.
Oh wow.
At the shelters. So hopefully I heard that was what happened in Beryl and in the past. So hopefully now that has come to light, something can be done.
My goodness.
So this is the other fear that people do have. You work all your life for positions, and then you're just not there for one day and it's all gone. It's not an easy thing. And you go again and then you're taken advantage of, So it's really a decision that some people do try to make, and some just don't bother to leave. And this is what causes thing like if the houses get flooded out, and they try to seek some way of safety, and then they get hurt. So it's a thing, but outside is quite calm at the moment. Very calm, very calm. And this is what, it's unusual that it's so calm, very calm. No leaves moving. In a normal day, we would have slight winds, but no sunshine and just calm, no leaves moving.
Yeah, eerily calm, as they say.
Yes. I think it's like tension in the air.
Yeah. I did see that the security companies, some of those were being deployed when you speak about some of the potential looting and stuff that's happening. Some of them were actually already, businesses were calling them in and they were deploying their armored trucks just to make sure that they were securing certain areas. I think it was CVM that reported on that actually, they were actually,
Most of these business places would have had security on as staff, meaning the contracted security. So although they might have put down their shutters and try to do as much barricading and stuff like that, so they will employ they will employ extra, human security to stay put. So they would have cameras, they would have, they do their barricades, and they will still do have security up. So that's what the business is. But how much so can a domestic person do that? And the domestic persons are the vulnerable ones. Because don't put it behind us. They will come and take away your appliances, your gadgets, your everything, your household stuff. They will
Right.
just clean you up.
Wow.
Right. So, you don't put it behind them.
Okay. Well, please stay safe. You're a little bit higher up, right, in terms of higher ground?
Yes, I'm on higher ground. Personally, I'm on higher ground.
Yeah.
And what we have done is we have removed trees from around our house. So I don't think we have anything around us like to block the house itself. And when we're putting in windows, we put windows that can withstand hurricane and wind pressures. So these are futuristic thinking when you're building, especially in Jamaica. You have to be thinking in this era. So yes, we are much try to prepare, in all cases.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll check in with you a little bit later on. Please, stay safe. We know you've got a new baby in the house. Of course, that's always a concern.
Oh yes.
Fresh
Oh,
access to
yes.
water and that sort of stuff. So have lots of water
Right.
boiled up and ready, just in
Well,
case.
we and that is other thing. So we have to be securing. We've been securing water. So we have extra tanks that we're securing the water because we're aware that after a hurricane, NWC will cut their water to do treatment and stuff like that. So yeah, we are prepared in that area too.
All right. All right, my
Okay.
dear. Stay safe. And
Thank you.
we're very much praying for the people of Jamaica for sure.
Thank you.
During this time. Okay, my dear. Thanks too.
Thank you. Thank
All
you.
righty.
Bye.
All right, folks. So we are speaking to different people around the island. We now have a TVJ reporter, Miss Janella, joining us. Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Hi, good morning. We are in, just like the entire population in media, we are also in preparation mode. We are actually on air, but I have decided to, just
Yes.
come have a quick conversation with you.
Thank you so much.
Because we do know and understand that, you have a large Jamaican population in the Cayman Islands, and I'm sure that they are eager to hear what's happening. So welcome and thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much for coming on. We're trying to bring as much, relevant and up-to-date information as possible. So tell us, what part of Kingston are you in? Are you in Jamaica? Are you in the Kingston area?
Yeah, I am in the Kingston area, but we have TV news crews right across the country. Certainly in Kingston, as we speak, we are waiting for the latest press conference that should get underway sometime around 10:30. And at that press conference, we will hear from the Met Service. We will hear from the relevant agencies about where we are in terms of preparation. As you would understand, we have already started to feel a little breeze here and there. And of course, it has been raining in some parts of Jamaica. So, for example, in my colleagues in St. Elizabeth, they have been having a challenge already with their internet connection. It is a little breezy over there. Mind you, in some parts, it's not as much because as we speak, we were told at least one supermarket is still open. I guess persons who were not necessarily taking this seriously have decided to now descend on said supermarket in St. Elizabeth. If you would have been following the forecast, that particular parish, which is called the Bread Basket Parish of Jamaica, I mean, everything agriculture is right there. Like the Hurricane Beryl last year, it would appear based on the current forecast that they will get a battering. And so persons are now putting their house in order. We have already seen where you have downed trees in a section called content. And so as we speak, we have persons, well, the authorities are trying to clear the roadway. And I mean, this is without any major hurricane or many major wind. And so we actually see things happening. I realize that you have a shot of Crossroads. We are not far from there. But yeah, things are starting to happen. You can see, especially along the coast, even on the waterfront, the sea is looking very beastly.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I guess at this point we just have to just brace for the worst, you know?
Yeah. In the preparations, of course, people will go back in their minds about previous storms. What's the worst storm that you have personally been through?
In Jamaica, it would be Hurricane Ivan. That was devastating, and we were cut off for quite a while in some parts, and there was also the issue with, you know, the power cuts and prolonged power cuts. So, I mean, if that was in Ivan and Ivan was a category 3, there's no telling what will happen with this one, you know?
Well, for us, Ivan was a 5. So, of course, that has been our most devastating storm, and we remember it well. And I think because we were so because we got a direct hit from Ivan, we were probably so focused on ourselves. I don't even remember Ivan hitting Jamaica, to be honest, but you guys.
Yes, we did. It did not make landfall, but as you remember, Ivan was a huge storm. It was a monster storm. And so it did not make landfall, but because of the magnitude, pretty much like Beryl. Beryl did not make landfall. And I shudder to think what would have happened if Beryl had made landfall in Jamaica last year. And so it was a similar thing with Ivan. It was really bad. But here we are in 2025. We are waiting for Madam Melissa to grace us with her presence.
Yeah, I was kind of joking earlier saying Melissa is Ivan's daughter and he's kicking her out of the house, so she's upset. Coming for all of us.
And she is very upset. And I think one of the things that concern a lot of people is, you know, it's just that it's crawling. It's crawling, and concerns about the water. Oh, so you can probably tell us about your experience with Ivan, because we have never experienced a category 5 storm before. And so
it was
I can imagine it was,
yeah, I mean, that was my first category 5 storm, and I'm praying the last, but you know, with the frequency of these storms now, probably not. But I wasn't really sure what to expect. And I think the devastation afterwards was more than I expected. Thankfully, we did not have any significant loss of life. Officially, we only lost 1 or 2 people, and that was like people not operating, generator properly, like stuff like that. But the horror stories, I think that, you know, you get a sense that people were so close, like they were up in their rooftops, because the water had risen. Places like South Sound, houses just got washed out. Like the water is so powerful. It's shocking how incredibly powerful the water is, but literally the water just came in and washed out homes, took everything, cars, furniture, boats, whatever. These storms have no respect for, for anything called property or life. But thankfully, most people were sheltered in place and were able to get to higher ground if required. So what is the major concern you think with Jamaica? Because we know that some communities are expected to actually get cut off entirely and might be without power for weeks.
And it's not just the power. I mean, most people would have stocked up on candles, etc. It's just for those persons living in low-lying areas. These persons, like, we have a situation in Port Royal. I mean, that community is like, well, I was told it's below sea level. And it's just, I shudder to think what would happen, because it's literally on it's literally right there on the coast, and the people are refusing to leave. And so it is very unfortunate. The government had sent buses over there, and the people have refused to move. And if it is that we're going to get the level of rainfall which is being forecast, I worry for them. They seem to have an understanding of what is facing them, because I have spoken with them. I was in the community yesterday, and they seem to understand, but they said that they're not leaving their property. The bus actually left that area with one person. That lady, she's a lupus patient. And she said that, just for her own safety and peace of mind, she prefers to be in a shelter. But bus left with just her. And then we have similar stories in places like Old Harbor. Now, Old Harbor, again, that's like a seaside area. And as you know, when these hurricanes come in, they attack. Before they get inland, they attack the coastline first. So persons living along the coast and persons living in these low-lying areas, they are pretty much at risk. And the sad thing is, we are expecting Melissa to make landfall between tonight into tomorrow. So the problem is okay, so we start getting hurricane conditions. What is going to happen? There is no one from the special services who will be able to reach these areas. So we would really hope that at some point before evening falls, that good sense will prevail and they will seek higher ground inland where it is safer.
And why are they not leaving? What's the fear? What is that about?
Okay, so these are some of the things that people told me yesterday. One, they are concerned about the conditions of the shelters. So there is this misconception that when you go to a shelter, you have beds, and I mean, you're going to get a cot. You're not going to get a bed. Remember, it's just a shelter. You're going to get a cot, and it's not like a 5-star luxury hotel. Okay, so let's be absolutely clear. So they're concerned that the shelters are not necessarily up to par for them. They feel more comfortable at home. Then there is the issue of whether or not they will get food for the shelter, or what they will get from the shelters. So, and then people just don't want to leave their homes because they're afraid that, maybe looters may come and that sort of a thing. So these are the types of responses that I got yesterday. And the people are like, yeah, we went through Gilbert and we went to Ivan. We survived, so we can survive this. So, I mean, I really do hope at some point that they're watching the reports on television, or whether it is they're using their smartphone, whatever, and they would understand the urgency of now that they need to leave, but let's see.
Yeah. And can you clarify something for us? We did have one person from the Kingston area say that there is, for some people, a safety concern within the shelters themselves of women potentially being sexually assaulted. Are you aware of any reports of that, even in the past? Or is that a legitimate concern now with the storm as well?
I visited the shelter in Kingston, the largest one, which is at the National Arena. And based on what I saw, in addition to the personnel from the Red Cross, they are the ones who are managing the shelter. We did also observe, they have members of the security forces there. I am not sure where these concerns came from in the past. I don't know, but we have been going through the shelters. We've been speaking with the shelter managers. It seems to be safe. Again, I really don't know where that came from.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good to know that there's going to be sufficient security there. We did see a video earlier of someone already taking advantage, and I guess this is why some people don't want to leave their homes. Someone taking advantage of a business already going in there and stealing cell phones of all things. Just shocking that in a time like this, people would think to, steal and take advantage of vulnerable businesses or even vulnerable homeowners, which is just horrible.
I just want to make a point as well that persons, doing the last minute preparations, they need to also be very careful. We had a situation, I think it was in Portland. A gentleman was, cutting the tree branches and he fell and died.
Oh
And
my
so we it's one of the things that the health authorities are cautioning against.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
I do understand that not everybody will be able to, get a professional. But if you are at this late stage, if you are, trying to cut your tree branches, etc., you have to be extremely careful. So at this point, safety is important going into the storm, during the storm, after the storm, because again, we do not know what we are going to be up against. So you have areas where the flood waters may take some time before it goes down. And I mean, it's just about safety at this point, which is why I don't know if anybody from Jamaica is listening to this, somebody who's from a low-lying areas, which is why you need to seek higher ground. It is very important. Yeah.
Wow. All right. So Hurricane Melissa, folks, category 5, 160 miles per hour. We're going to be joining the government update here in just a minute, but we have the pleasure of having Miss Janella join us from TVJ, reporting directly from Kingston. She's on the ground there and obviously is very much aware of what is going on. I think she might have accidentally dropped out, but we appreciate her coming on. So I hear some of you complaining about being able to hear the video. I don't know why that is, because that tab is actually muted. So I had brought up this concern before, because you shouldn't be able to hear anything that's muted, but that's weird. This had happened to us recently as well. And we're going to try to figure out why that's doing that. Let me just check something in my settings here for volume mixer. Google Chrome. Let me change this to, all right, give me 1 second. Let me just check some setting notes here and see something. Because I think it's very strange because the tab is muted. I'm not sure how you can hear anything from the tab if the tab is actually muted. All right, let me just check my little notebook here with my settings. So we have incoming, okay, Kirks. So SPC settings, okay. Okay, IPD. All right, let me put it on. Maybe this should be on main and not chat. Okay, let me check something in terms of the Google Chrome settings. Nope, it says that should be on chat, which is really weird. Yeah, I think that has to be in chat for you guys to hear the WhatsApp calls. It's strange. Okay. I don't know why you're able to hear it, because it is actually muted. Like the tab itself is muted. So, that one's tricky. I'll have to get someone with, yeah, but that tab was muted. So I don't know if the tab is muted. How can you hear a commercial that comes through the tab? I don't know. Let me just check something. So that's on Maine. Okay, let me speaker. I think both of these should actually be on Maine. It's bizarre. I'm gonna pull it back in, and if you guys, I made one little change. If you hear it again, do let me know. So the insurance company called the National Hurricane Center and told them to change the category rating. What does that mean? Change the rating? I don't know what that means. How can you change the rating? It is what it is. Carrie says Ivan was downgraded to Cat 4 so that the Ritz, which was under construction at the time, could claim why they were insured up to Cat 4. Our corrupt politicians at the time. I've never heard of Ivan being a Cat 4 for us. I mean, I always heard that it hit us as a Category 5, so I don't know anything about that. I've never heard it being categorized as a Cat 4. Yeah. So who said it was a Cat 4? That pretty much hit us. Let me see. As a category. All news was that was a 4. I mean a 5. So even or hazard management, which I'm looking back at now, says Hurricane Ivan had 155 mile per hour winds, 217 mile per hour gusts. Remember I told you the gusts had went up because there was one instrument that recorded it. I thought it was 200, but here it's recorded as 217. 8 to 10 feet of storm surge, 20 to 30 feet waves, $3 billion in damages. So yeah, I don't know where that Cat 4 thing came from, but let me go ahead and bring in the Jamaica services now, because they are actually going to be reporting starting at 9:30. Caller, oops. Okay. Okay. So let's go ahead and pull them in. They're going to be going live here in just a second. Yep. All right. Give me 1 second to pull this in, folks. All right. So this is official government, and we will unmute it now so that you guys can hear it. So tell me something. I'm going to pull it in. Tell me if you can actually hear it now. Can you guys hear that? Because the tab is still muted, but can you hear that? Let me go listen to my live stream because I'm curious about how you can hear it if a tab is muted. Give me 1 second here. And I'm assuming you're hearing it through YouTube and everything, right? Let's see. You're hearing it through YouTube and everything, right? Let's see. You're hearing it through YouTube and everything. Okay, so I'm not hearing anything because I think they're still coming on. All right, so let's watch it because I want to see exactly what this does when they come on live, and then I'll unmute the tab. Because the tab is actually, let me just close this out. The tab is actually muted, so in any event, but I think they're still waiting to come on. So once they come on, because I can't hear it how I'm listening to it, but you guys are saying that you're hearing it, but that shouldn't be if the tab is muted. Yeah. All right, so okay, we're waiting on them to go live, and then we're gonna bring that in. So yeah, I don't know where that information came about the storm. I've never heard anything about the Ritz or anything else for that matter. It was a Cat 5. It was, and I'm no insurance expert, but surely there's no insurance plan that says you can only get coverage up to, a particular strength. Like that doesn't even make any sense. Like what person would sign something like that? That's kind of stupid. So yeah, that don't sound too righted, as we would say around, yeah. All right, so let me know when they start speaking if you hear them. I obviously want you to hear them, so I'm going to unmute them, but the tab is muted. It's a bit strange. All right, so they look like they're running a little bit late. Let me just pull them out for a second. That's okay. We expect that. They're probably just preparing themselves. Let me do this. I'm going to play another video, and then I want you guys to tell me if you can hear this one. Switch to this tab. Okay. Tell me if you can hear this one. Can you guys hear that?
College student graduates
Can you hear that?
are more
'Cause
unemployed
it's
than high school
muted.
students. I
Hold
mean,
on,
it's
let me check my
insane.
link
If
here.
you know anything about what's happening in Silicon Valley right now, if you were a software
it would be
engineer
strange if
before,
you
it was one of the
can't
most
hear it,
desired
because you're not
jobs,
supposed to be able to
high-paying
hear it.
jobs. You were in
Not
total
if the
scarcity.
tab is muted.
Today, those jobs are just disappearing. People are not hiring for something that everybody said, go learn how to code. But people don't need to learn how to code now. They can use language using AI. Of course, I'm talking about the AI revolution and what it's doing to our
Yeah,
society.
you can hear that,
My dear
which is
friend Mark
weird.
Benioff here, who started
You shouldn't
Salesforce.com,
be
and
able to
he
hear
used to
that.
come to my seminars back to back. He worked for Oracle.
So,
One day he came and introduced himself.
And then
He
I'm
said, "You've
assuming if I mute it here, now you can't hear it, right? Now you can no longer hear it. You shouldn't be able to hear it at all. Oh, okay. All right, this is something I got to figure out because it didn't used to do that. So I'm still watching, waiting for the Jamaican authorities to go live. Morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandra. Good morning again.
Morning,
And
morning.
Let me just say 3 things before I say what I really called back to say. You know, my mother always used to say, if you don't have anything good to say nothing. Okay? When Jesus was on the cross, he said, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. And the third thing I'm going to say, it is better to sit and keep your mouth shut and let people assume you're an idiot than to open it and confirm it. Anyway, I saw some comments on here. Oh, and lastly, thank you to those callers, especially the first caller after me, who rightly said it wasn't a flat platform to have negative comments, okay? Whether it was about me or anyone else. I'm sorry. I saw some comments on here talking about Ivan and the category was and so and so. And what happened with Ivan, why they tried to downplay the category of Ivan, because at one point it was trying to say it was category 3. Please remember that for some reason that I don't know and can never make sense of, the government at that time and after did not allow, like the other people, the other Chinese people and the others to come in here and, you know, do live broadcasts about what was happening here. And I remember asking about it, and I was told,
Okay, I'm sorry. We've got the Jamaican government now live, so we're gonna just pull that in. But we'll call you back. Okay, dear. All right, folks, just give me one quick second here. We're gonna go ahead and pull the it has just started. So give me a second. Okay.
I'm in so many WhatsApp groups and I see all of these videos
But can you
coming.
guys hear it now?
Many
Just a
of
quick
them are
question.
fake.
Can you hear
And
it
so
right
we
now? Can you let
urge
me
you
know
to
if you can hear
please
it?
listen to
Because
the
I did make
official
one little
channels.
change to the
We come
settings.
here to give you
So
information.
if you can
We
hear
bring
that
the
still, I think I
ministers.
might have
We're
discovered what it
taking
is. Let me just pull it up on
questions
YouTube
from
and see.
online also and from our journalists who are here. And so if you have a question, you can put it in one of the chats and we'll try to get to it. Please listen to
You
the
can.
official
Okay.
sources.
So strange.
And with me
That
today,
change did not
I
make
have
a
several
difference.
ministers. And we
So it doesn't
also
matter
have
if I
the
unmute
Met
it, you can still
office
hear it.
with us too
Weird.
on ODPEM.
If I unmute it,
have
then I can hear it.
Minister Desmond McKenzie, or Minister of Local Government and Community
All right, let's listen together.
Development. He's also the Deputy Chair of our National Disaster Risk Council. And so he's leading a lot of the operations here. He is our prime or minister or focal point in relation to disaster management. We also have with us the Honorable Daryl Vaz, our Minister of Energy, Telecoms and Transportation. He's playing a very, very important role in all of the prep, especially with our utility providers. We also have with us the Honorable Matthew Samuda, our Minister of Water, Environment and Climate Change, and he'll be giving you significant updates also. With us, we also have Minister Robert Nesta Morgan, who is our minister that's responsible for works. He's been out there working to clean drains, gullies, and supporting our communities across this country. He will give you an update on the status of all of that. And of course, we have our team from ODPEM. They are the focal point for this. We are now in ODPEM's office. The Emergency Operations Center is live downstairs. Hopefully later on we can send you some images of what's happening there. We have teams that work throughout the night. They're working 24/7, monitoring what's happening across the country. We have reps from all of the key agencies, including the security forces and also the JDF there. So we are really getting prepared. Don't worry, your government has done the work, and we're here to report on what has been done and to take your questions this morning. So without much ado, we know the entire country is waiting for the man of the moment, Evan Thompson, or ever faithful head of the Meteorological Office in Jamaica, to give us an update on where Hurricane Melissa is and when we should expect to start feeling the effects of this hurricane. Evan?
Thank you very much, Minister Morris Dixon, and good afternoon, good morning to everyone. Good morning, especially to our ministers who are in attendance, and of course, all the distinguished persons who are here, including, of course, you, the media, and the members of our public. I want to say that this has been a long journey, but we are in for the run. We are about to be impacted even more by a hurricane that is a major hurricane moving over the waters of the Caribbean Sea. If you take a look at the image that is being projected, I believe that most of us are able to see this, but it shows that the center of the hurricane is now some distance, over 100 miles, to the south of Jamaica. It is south really of one of those points along the coast of St. Elizabeth. So it is really in that general direction, which would signify that it is closer to the western end of the island than to the eastern. You know, there's a common feeling that if it reaches there, that means the eastern part is free of all folly and will not experience anything that is related to this hurricane. But I would like to tell you that that is not really the case. And although the center has moved past your longitude, which is how far west it is, you will still see that the situation will deteriorate further right across the country, and all parishes are likely to be impacted. This is a Category 5 hurricane. There are no additional categories for hurricanes. We go from 1 to 5. Any stronger than that is still a Category 5. And so it is at the strongest category that it could possibly be. The system, yes, it could gain additional strength, but it will still remain a Category 5 hurricane. Now, it is just about at the point where the projected path of it will indicate that it will move closer to the island. Over the past many hours, it has been moving directly west, which means that the latitude has remained the same. It has not moved any further north or dropped to the south. It has stayed at the same latitude, continuing westward over the waters south of Jamaica. So we will show you the chart of how it's moving in a little while, but let me show you what our radar image is projecting as well. Radar, the Doppler radar in Jamaica is showing that there are numerous showers associated with the system. The center, as I said, some distance to the south, but around that center, immediately around it, is a very tightly knit area of showers, thunderstorms, intense activity, also very, very, very strong winds. That is where the maximum winds of the hurricane are actually concentrated, in the eye wall, which is right around that eye. And it's a very distinct eye. It's a number of a couple of miles probably wide. And so it will actually show when it moves, if it moves over the island itself, a number of areas will experience the calm of the eye. But of course, that cannot be possible until you have gone through the eye wall And again, after the eye passes by, you have another aspect of the eye wall to go through as well. But this system shows, this picture shows that the system is generating lots of showers right around it. There are bands of rainfall that extend some distance from that eye. And here we see many of those bands also extending across sections of Jamaica. Many of our parishes have already started to experience some of the activity from this hurricane. A number of parishes have experienced rainfall, mainly light to moderate, but in occasions it has been heavy rainfall. Also experiencing tropical storm force winds, mostly gusts, but in some areas those sustained tropical storm force winds will continue over some areas and will increase over the number of areas of the country as the system moves a little bit closer. Now it is at the point where we are expecting that it will start to turn toward the north. This means that it will get closer and closer to Jamaica. That is the projected path. I have to keep saying that because it's often said that I said one thing and this is something else. But the truth is, this is a dynamic situation. It changes as the moments go by. And so the track changes are also possible. Earlier, I was telling you that it would make landfall in Clarendon. Later, I was saying it would have been in St. Elizabeth. It's not that anything was wrong with what was being said, but there are updates to the forecast based on information that is gathered and as the system moves closer. As you are closer to impact, the forecast gets more accurate. So when I tell you that we are being hit by a hurricane, you know that it is accurate. We are being hit by a hurricane. At this time, I can only say that it is likely that we will be hit by this hurricane. It is moving closer to us. There is just a small window of opportunity where it could continue to shift. The track could continue to be shifted toward the west, and then it could be moving over the waters to the west of Jamaica. Of course, all of us are hoping for that and praying for that. But at the same time, we have to be practical. Right now, the projected path takes it to the southwestern part of Jamaica, impacting either eastern Westmoreland or extreme western St. Elizabeth as it makes its entry, its landfall on Jamaica. Then it's expected to continue moving to the northeast. All at this time, it is expected to be a major hurricane. Right now, a category 5, it's quite likely that it will drop in terms of the strength of the system slightly to a category 4 before it makes the landfall. But still, let us prepare ourselves for a category 5 hurricane, if you can actually prepare for a category 5 hurricane. And then it will move over that southwestern part of the island, moving toward the northeast. We expect that the exit will be just about in the vicinity of St. Anne, along the coast of St. Anne, which means it is not going directly north, but somewhat east of north. So making its entry near the border of Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth. At this time, that's the projection. And then moving across sections of Trelawney and St. James, in the interior of the island through the cockpit country probably, and then moving across along to the coast of St. Anne. So that's the projected path. During this time, it's likely that it will weaken a little bit more. It may exit the island possibly as a category 3. It might still be a weak category 4 at that time, and then it will continue on its way closer to the eastern part of Cuba. So that is the forecast. It is expected that that entry, that landfall, will take place early on Tuesday. That means within 24 hours, tomorrow morning. It could actually be during the early hours before the sun. Is there a sun? We haven't seen it for a few days. but when at sunrise, we still have that time that we call sunrise, whether it rises or not. And so at that time, we should be seeing that there is a landfall of the center of this hurricane. A landfall means, yes, that the center is moving across the coastline, but it also means that the areas around that coastline are going to be most impacted. Around that eye will be most impacted. So parts of eastern Westmoreland, parts of western St. Elizabeth, and then surrounding areas of those moving as it continues to move, the closest areas to that center will get the greatest impact. We'll get the strongest winds reaching hurricane force. So hurricane force winds are expected over parts of Westmoreland as well as St. Elizabeth. The extent of hurricane force winds is just about 80 kilometers, I believe. because it's about 40 on either side of the center. So that's the extent of hurricane force winds. Depending on where that center is, we will you can measure whether your area is likely to experience it. But of course, there is some shift in exactly where that landfall will take place. Then the tropical storm force winds extend a much greater distance and should cover the entire island, or most of the island. To the east will be impacted by tropical storm force winds, even though the center is not moving across your area. So if you think that you live in Kingston and you will not experience the eye, and so you are free from fear or worry or concern. I don't encourage fear or worry, but I do expect you to be concerned about what is taking place. If you think that you are free from that, think again, because the heavy rains will also affect you. The strong winds reaching tropical storm force could still continue to affect you as we go through the day on Tuesday. That's all the way through tomorrow. The exit of this system is likely to take place in the evening hours on Tuesday as well. So it's not expected to remain over the island until Wednesday, because there will be a slight increase in the wind speed, in the direction of, in the speed of movement of the system. Right now, it's still moving at only about 6 or 7 kilometers per hour, but it should pick up a little bit as it is moving across us. And so we expect only about 6 to 8 hours as it moves from the south coast to the north coast. The rainfall is what is being shown. The projected rainfall is what is being shown on this chart that you're seeing here. This is showing that you could have anywhere up to 30 inches of rainfall over much of the country. And that includes all central parishes, it includes eastern parishes, and to some extent, some sections of western parishes could see that. If you're in hilly terrain, you should also look out for even more rainfall, because in hilly terrain, the rainfall amounts are expected to be higher. Of course, we expect that you will have a lot of flooding from this. And you can see on the picture that all of the island will experience even up to 20 inches of rainfall over sections of your area. So if you are in a flood-prone area anywhere across the country, you can expect that flooding is going to occur as long as the system moves in the direction that is projected. Landslides are also a very real possibility and likelihood, because as the soil is saturated and as the soil is loose, we are expecting that we will have landslides as well. Moving on, this picture shows a little bit about the storm surge that is expected. And there are some areas that are being highlighted where we see in the Black River area, that is where the highest likelihood of storm surge is at this point, based on the current projection of the track. The center should be just west of there, and therefore they would have the greatest likelihood of experiencing higher storm surges, getting up to like 16 feet. That's a possibility, or 14 feet, I should say, in that area. As you move along the coast, of course, there are some areas that might not be impacted significantly by storm surge, especially if you don't have a gradual slope onto the land, but you might have a cliff face. But if you're moving into the Portland Cottage area, Salt River area, because you're in that little inlet, you also have a strong likelihood of experiencing some storm surge. It would not be as high as experienced over in the west, but you should also look out for some surge occurring in those areas of Clarendon and going into the Old Harbor Bay area. That's a possibility. Also in the vicinity of, as we move closer to Kingston, as St. Catherine as you move from across the border from St. Catherine into Kingston, St. Andrew, along the coast could also experience some amount of storm surge. And that is basically it in terms of the technical aspects of this presentation. I just want to encourage all of us to have faith in this time, believe that we will get through it, and we will get through it together. Nobody is on their own. If you feel that you're on your own, reach out to somebody. And if you see somebody who is alone and who seems very depressed at this time, seems very anxious, please reach out and offer some words of assurance, because this is not the end. It's the end of my presentation, but it's not, but it is not the end of our time here on this earth. We will move past it, and it's not all doom and gloom. the good news is that we can still hope for that shift in the track toward the west that would take the center off the coast of the island. So I'm leaving you with that last message. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Evan, for that update. As usual, I'm going to take the questions for Evan. If anybody has any questions, we will get back to more questions at the end. So I just want to check if anybody has any questions. All right, over there. Are we going to get the microphone over to you? And please say your name and introduce which entity you are with.
Mic check. You hear? Oh, you can hear me. Okay. Morning, everybody. Mahiri Stewart, Nationwide News here. Question for Mr. Thompson. In terms of the system's movement once it hits Jamaican terrain, in the event of a landfall, so it leaves the waters and it reaches our terrain, the hilly terrain, the valleys, all the different characteristics that we have, how will it reaching landfall affect its movement as it goes across the country?
Thank you for the question, Nationwide News. What happens when a hurricane moves off the water is that it loses its main source of energy. The warm sea surface temperatures is what really fuels these hurricanes. That's the primary thing that fuels them. When they move over land and there is no source of water, they tend to plateau or start to weaken. If there is a lot of friction on the land, if it's not just flat land that they're moving over and there are lots of hills, that also helps in kind of weakening the system. So that's why we often see systems moving from the east when they move over Haiti and the mountains of Hispaniola, that they tend to weaken significantly. Over in the western end of the island, although there are hills, they may not be significant to weaken that much. So there will be slight weakening, but we do expect that the system will still be a major hurricane when it exits. Hope I've answered. Okay.
I'm not seeing any other questions as yet. And just to all of our students who are watching, you heard some concepts from your geography class, longitude and latitude. Your teachers weren't just teaching you things for teaching you sake. They actually have relevance. You heard Evan using them. And so I'm hoping parents, if you don't know what Evan was talking about, ask your students, your children. They should know. We teach it in school. So we're going to be moving on now after having heard that very sobering assessment from Evan Thompson about this Cat 5 hurricane that is coming towards Jamaica. It's projected to come to Jamaica and will come across the country and will exit Jamaica still as a major hurricane. We're going to now hear from Minister Matthew Samuda, our Minister of Water, Environment and Climate Change, for some additional updates.
Thank you, Minister Dixon, colleague ministers, heads of agency, PS, members of the media, Jamaican listening and watching at home. 165-mile-an-hour winds, 17-foot storm surge, 30 inches of rain in some places is nothing to play with. I think Evan has been trying to bring it home to Jamaicans for the last few weeks. It's almost 2 weeks now based on the slow pace of the storm, the seriousness of the storm, and the potential damage that it can cause. We've started every press conference where I've had the opportunity to speak by simply saying it is not time to panic, but time to prepare. The time for preparation is all but over. The time now is to listen to instructions, certainly if you're within any of the areas for evacuation, and to listen to reputable news sources, certainly the Met Service, JIS, OPM, Prime Minister's accounts, the Ministry accounts, because we're already seeing a lot of false news going around, areas that are said to be flooded, which are not flooded, which can hamper evacuations and can hamper people trying to get out of harm's way. So we're asking all citizens to listen to reputable news sources that publish the Met Service data and the Met Service guidance, as well as NWA's guidance, and of course all the guidance from utilities. Moving into our utilities, and certainly NWC, to which I have responsibility for. As at midday, we will start publishing status updates every 3 or so hours in terms of which systems are indeed up and which seat systems are being impacted. We're already having impact in some systems in eastern Jamaica, which would have gotten the first set of waves where we're experiencing single phase power. But in those areas, it would not be suitable to mobilize generators yet. So you will start to see as the storm moves, well, makes a turn, Evan, and goes north and starts to get closer to us and power systems start to go down, you will start to see disruption to water systems, we imagine, later this evening, going into early morning tomorrow. So we are encouraging everyone to backfill their storage, whether it is they have a tank or buckets or whatever it is they're using to put aside clean water. Now is definitely the time to put aside your water for storage and to use sparingly. Every drop will count. I am assured, having met with the senior management team of the National Water Commission this morning, that we are well placed to dispatch our 50+ generators very quickly after the storm. We're in constant contact with suppliers. We're in constant contact with our emergency-based staff, and we're comfortable with where we are in that regard. I'm also comfortable with the work that we're doing with the JPS. JPS is, as we speak, in some areas, still, I know, doing some maintenance work on lines that go to particularly critical water infrastructure. And that does, I think that is a marked change from Beryl last year. As I said, this is a short update. The time for preparation is almost at an end. We encourage everyone to listen to the notifications and the advisories from reputable sources. We will ask you post the storm to be patient as we get the Water Commission systems back up and running. But we do have things in place, we believe, to get to 80% of our customer base relatively quickly. Now, that getting to, as we've said before, does not mean uninterrupted supply. Generators need resting time. Generators do have to be refueled. We will have to monitor these systems very clearly, but it will be a significant improvement from what you would have experienced in Hurricane Beryl. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Samuda. We're going to be going to Minister Morgan now, who will update you on the work that he's been doing with the NWA to prepare us for the storm. Minister Morgan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Morris Dixon, and thanks to the team here at ODPEM, members of the media. I see JSIF. I also see Minister Mackenzie, Minister Vaz. The National Works Agency, through its Emergency Operations Center, has so far received 15 reports from across the island. These reports include fallen trees, rockfall, down power lines, and landslides. We have responded and removed the impediments and repaired, or reopened rather, all but one of the roads that have been blocked. And we're actively working to reopen the one that is currently blocked, which was impacted by fallen trees. And I think this one is in St. Anne's Bay near the roundabout. We continue to urge people to exercise extreme caution if they have to be outdoors at this time. Rock falls are an imminent threat. We have seen this along the Little Bay Main Road in St. Mary, and there are other places that are susceptible to this kind of situation. So we urge caution. We've done quite a bit of work across the island in terms of drain work mitigation, and several critical drains across the island have been impacted, have been targeted, and we will continue as long as it's safe to do so. So you would have seen even yesterday, we had a front-end loader in the Sandy Gully trying to continue to create a pathway for the water to move to the sea. On Thursday, we also started work on the channel to the sea in the Sandy Gully. And this section is critical. And I want to explain a little bit as to what we have done at the Sandy Gully. We were in the process of planning a massive rehabilitation of the gully, also a massive desilting program for early next year. But the hurricane did not acquiesce to our timing. And as such, we had to move very quickly to the urgent work. The most important thing that we are trying to do is, one, protect lives and property of the people who live adjacent to the gully past the bridge. near Seaview Gardens. And 2, the bridge that is on Spanish Town Road, which is a very critical bridge. It connects to the ports. As I said before, it connects to Jamaica's most important health facility, KPH, also Bustamante Children's Hospital, if you're traveling from that side. So it's very important that we not allow that bridge to be damaged if the hurricane does inundate that area. We've removed 500 loads of silt from under the bridge or in the vicinity of the bridge over the last 5 days. Some persons are saying, well, we should clean all the way to the sea. That is 1.5 kilometers from the bridge to the sea, and it is 37 meters wide. If that section that we cleaned was 500 truckloads of silt, think about how many trucks and excavators and backhoes and front-end loaders would be required to remove 1.5 kilometers of silt with a width of 37 meters, a couple thousand trucks. So we have done as much as the engineers have said we can do at this time to create a pathway under the bridge so that water can flow. Based on what we have done, the bridge is safer. The flow is no longer compromised. And while we have done much work to mitigate the impact of the impending hurricane on our infrastructure, we want to appeal to the public. And I know Minister Mackenzie has done so, and Minister Samuda has done so, Minister Vaz. Do not interact with infrastructure that you think is compromised. If the bridge looks shaky, do not attempt to go on the bridge or across the bridge. Do not try to traverse gullies that are flooded. We've had historical evidence of persons in very powerful vehicles seeking to traverse gullies, and they lost the competition. So we're advising the public that this is a serious hurricane. Our gullies cannot be used while they are flooded. We know that persons may be wanting to go to their farms and visit their relatives after the disaster, but we must listen to the bulletins from ODPEM and the other relevant entities to tell us when the infrastructure is safe. The National Works Agency will carry out a very quick assessment of infrastructure after the storm has passed and when it is safe for our teams to do so. Because you see a power line falling does not mean that the lines are dead. And sometimes our teams have to wait on the utility companies to tell us that these lines do not have electricity in them before we can clear the road. And those are some of the things that we have to do before we start clearing. But we'll be doing critical assessment of our important infrastructure, and we'll advise the public when this infrastructure is in a state that it can accommodate persons and traffic. So we are asking citizens to avoid using or approaching any road or bridge or structure that appears to be damaged, cracked, or unstable. And you can report such cases to our emergency center. And I will repeat the number. I'll give you the number here. 658-213-2557. That's 658-213-2557 to 60. Let me give it a third time. 658-213-2557 to 60. Or 876-312-3991. 876-312-3991. And 876-312-3987. Or you can contact the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management. I wish to thank the NW teams, the contractors and first responders, and community volunteers who continue to serve on the front lines of this period of national emergency. I want to repeat again. Can you repeat again, Desmond? Or I want to repeat. Do not cross flooded gullies and roads. Do not cross flooded gullies and roads. Do not seek to navigate compromised or damaged infrastructure, whether it be bridges, whether it be culverts. Report damage to ODPEM and the National Works Agency. I also want to say finally, some gullies will not be able to accommodate the volume of water that is about to fall on Jamaica. I'm speaking directly to the persons on the McGregor Gully and Burger Gully. You know that when it rains heavily, the gully overflows. There are other communities across the island that know when it rains heavily, the gullies are not able to accommodate the water. You should move. The government has opened many shelters, over 800 shelters across the island. The shelters are safe. The National Works Agency and the emergency services may find it challenging to rescue you during the hurricane when the gullies have topped their banks. So we're asking again, while we have done mitigation, mitigation will not necessarily conquer a Category 5 hurricane. So we're asking persons along these gully banks to be careful, to watch, to leave if you can, or to leave if you, well, you should leave, as we know that the gullies will not be able to accommodate the water. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Morris Dixon.
Thank you very much, Minister Morgan. And as I listen to you, you know, as Jamaicans, we remember other times when we've had floods and we've had rivers that became impassable and we had people trying to go through gullies. And as you were speaking, I was remembering something that only Jamaicans would have reference to, was that Can I Cross It song. Remember Clifton? Yes, that's what you were saying. Clifton Brown, he said, we cannot cross it and we're not going to cross those bridges and we're not going to go across those rivers. We're going to heed the warnings that have been given here. And so, with that said, we are now going to be having Minister Vaz, but before that, just reminding you that as Minister Morgan has said, a lot of work has happened. We do have NWA here in the room, so we can also take some questions after. But their teams have been out there working really hard to do as much mitigation work as they possibly can. And so we thank you and we thank the teams that are out there working with the NWA. We are now going to move to Minister Vaz. Everybody wants to know what's going on. We know the airports are closed. Energy, transportation, telecoms.
Morning. I'm moving away from saying good morning. And from now until whenever we recover, I will just say, Almighty Father, spare us. Let me start with some of what I've said before. The airports remain closed until such time as the hurricane passes. The toll booths are all open, all, both on the east-west and the north-south, not just on the main, but on the exits as well. And those will remain open until such time as the recovery of the hurricane is at a point where we can reopen. JUTC, all bus service has been terminated. Only emergency services for JUTC, which I'll give you some information. And as I would have said last night, that we have also activated our rural school buses, which will play a critical role in rural Jamaica. We have over 60 school buses that are in all parishes, across all parishes. So those will be utilized, save and except for the fact that because of how they are designed and their weight, in muddy conditions, they will tend to sink. And that is obviously because of the safety standards put in for the safety of the children. But we'll have to find a way to utilize them as best as possible. Sorry. So, JUTC, as I said before, regular services are suspended until it is safe to operate. JUTC is in emergency response mode with teams on standby for evacuation at Rockford, Spanish Town, Portmore, and all 5 rural school bus regions. JUTC has responded to several calls for evacuation since Saturday. Unfortunately, only 103 persons have been evacuated. And that includes up to today. The figures for today, including today as of 11 o'clock, is 148, sorry. So there has been an uptick, but way, way beyond what is required for a Category 5 hurricane. Only one person in Port Royal, 42 in Tower Street, Raytown, 50 in Rocky Point, Portland Cottage, and Parity and Sandy Bay, 55. I want to make an appeal again that take everyone at his word, regardless of where it enters and where it exits. There is going to be massive flooding as a result of the surf that is going to require persons to relocate from their existing locations. So again, I can only add to the call, but advise you to listen to the government and listen, or should I say, if you don't want to listen to the government, listen to Evan. JPS report, there are no major incidents currently on the electricity grid. However, the system is beginning to experience the effect of heightened wind and rainfall extending across the island. There were areas in Portland and St. Thomas that had outages, but crews were unable to respond immediately because of unsafe weather conditions. These are being addressed along with other reported outages across the island. At 9 a.m. this morning, there were 51,439 customers without electricity, broken down as follows. 33,633 customers in the West, that's 65% of the outages. 13,009 in Central, it's 25%, and 4,797 in the East, 10%. Outages are increasing with deteriorating weather, and with each outage affecting on average 50 to 100 customers. The major cause of outages are trees on lines due to the high soil saturation levels. There are approximately 550 persons pre-positioned and are responding to outages as weather conditions permit. Let me remind you, take note, the My JPS app and the emergency line 888 called JPS, which is 225-5577, 888-93-5577. Let me repeat those. 225-5557, 888-935-577. Also, My JPS online on all social media platforms. The JPS mobile app can be downloaded from the Apple Store or the Google Play. I recommend that everybody does that so that you can at least report and get a reference number in order to send. So let me say once again that we continue to monitor. I must tell you that I've gotten several calls around the corporate area of power outages, and we have not had any level of rain or wind. So I did have some terse words this morning with the JPS, because I told them that if that is what is going to be the norm in terms of 12 hours to respond, it's not going to happen. It's unacceptable. So keep faith, keep strong, and know that you have a government that is going to be there for you, with you, but you need to be smart. If you're smart, we can work together. If you are not, unfortunately, you will pay the consequences. This hurricane is real. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Vaz. For those who are just joining right before Minister Mackenzie comes, just reminding you that Melissa is a Category 5 hurricane that's projected to make landfall somewhere near to the border of St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland. Airports remain closed. A lot of drain cleaning work has been done and mitigation work has been done. Evacuations are being done through JUTC. JUTC has been there with the buses waiting to evacuate people. but many are not going on those buses. And so we urge you to evacuate now. Evacuate today because the conditions will deteriorate. You also heard that there have been some outages across the country in terms of electricity, and a lot of that has been related to trees on lines due to the saturation of the soil. And we'll give you the updates again, the key points for you to remember at the end of this. And so now we're going to hear from Minister Desmond McKenzie, or Minister of Local Government and Community Development, and Minister who has responsibility for ODPEM. I'm wearing an ODPEM pin now. They just gave me a pin. I'm apparently now an honorary member of the ODPEM team, and I'm very happy to be a part of this team. You're all doing a fantastic job, and thank you. So, Minister, please join us.
Thank you, Minister. Good morning to each and everyone, and especially to my colleagues. Welcome, Minister Morgan, for joining us this morning, and to our viewers. First of all, let me start off with some information on our shelters. As I have reported previously, there are over 800 shelters across Jamaica. Of the 800 shelters that are open, only 76 of the 800 shelters are seeing any activities at all. The number of persons so far, the up-to-date information that I have in my possession, which was presented to me based on the networking that we have been doing, represents 972 persons in shelters. There are 4 parishes that have no one in the shelters. Clarendon has the highest number of persons so far, 311. Followed by St. Thomas with 227, and Kingston and St. Andrew with 179. I am hoping that the next update that is presented will show a much greater picture, because I'm concerned that in the parishes where this system is heading, the numbers are small. St. Elizabeth, our number is 27. In St. James, 24. In Westmoreland, 32. And the numbers are very low. I am expecting that by later this afternoon, we will see increased numbers of persons going to the shelters. We are anticipating, based on our projections and the work that we have been doing, that close to 50,000 persons will be relocated, either moving to safe grounds or in the shelters. But we are expecting that over 50,000 Jamaicans and more will be moving. It is important, ladies and gentlemen, that I again emphasize the importance of the mischief that is being made, the false and malicious information being circulated about the use of shelters. Someone sent me a message which say that there's a fee being charged for the use of shelters. Nonsense. What is happening is that there is an attempt by persons with bad intention to create confusion at this time. The country don't need confusion at this time. The only passport one need to go to the shelter is that you go, the shelters are there, we separate male from the females, families stay together, walk with your medication, walk with some water and crackers for the first couple of hours, but once the centers are activated in a way, there is nothing that those persons who are in the shelters will be denied of. Again, I urge Jamaicans not to listen to misinformation. It is bad at this time for us to be getting this kind of information. We still have some challenges with some of the persons on the streets, the homeless. On my way here this morning, I passed about 6 of them with their cell phones doing TikTok. I want to make it clear. The mandatory order has been signed and is in effect. Let me advise the public that the Director General of ADPEM can take the necessary actions that he deems fit. And persons can be arrested and fined for not complying with the order. We don't want to go there. Evan was here earlier on and he explained the challenges we face from water, wind, lightning. The government is doing all of this in the interests of the country. We are ensuring that the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, as I said yesterday, is on ready, working closely. Let me break to invite the Most Honorable Prime Minister to the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, along with the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management and the other agencies, are fully activated. And already we are seeing where persons have been reaching out, seeking assistance, and we have been responding as we get the calls. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is 11:30 in the morning. There's not much time left. We have done everything that we can. And I am concerned. So far, I presently have the team working on getting more details out of the various parishes from our coordinators as to the numbers in regards to the shelters. The issue around the question of cranes that I raised, the city engineer for the KSMAC have been engaging contractors, and I understand that there is a method that is used in the industry that would allow the cranes to remain. I'm not a technical person. What I do know is that I noticed at least 2 of the ones that I spoke about was taken down, and I want to commend them for that. But Jamaica, we are in the final stage of Melissa's coming. We can only do so much. At the conclusion of this press briefing, I'm going to take a walk or a ride on the streets of the corporate area to see what is happening and try to engage some more of our homeless population to go into the shelters. So this is my brief update on the state of readiness. A couple reports coming in, Minister Vaz, that there are a couple block roads in Portland and the municipal corporation has moved so far to regain access to those roads that were blocked. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Mackenzie. And we now will move to our leader, our Prime Minister, who will be speaking to you. He's been coordinating all of this effort that we have. He is the chair of the Disaster Risk Management Council, and he has behind the scenes been calling all of us ministers and having us give our updates to him. I know later today he will also have a cabinet meeting, and so he is leading us on this mission to make sure that we are ready and that we have our systems in place for recovery. And so please welcome our Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dana. Thank you, ministers, members of the press, Jamaicans at home and abroad listening. First, let me say that the mobilization of the government and our other stakeholders and partners could only be described as heartening. I'm generally satisfied that all the entities, the entity heads and staff have responded. Right now, we're here at the ODPEM's headquarters, where the national emergency apparatus has been stood up. This is where all information will be fed and coordination will take place. So if I were to grade the preparation of the country, I'm a hard marker, so I would give it an A-. However, there are still some areas of concern which we have to be frank about. We have over 880 shelters, 881, I believe. And I have personally visited shelters during disasters. It is not always a satisfying experience, but they do serve a critical purpose, particularly for those persons who have no alternative. I do believe greater effort would have to be made to ensure the comfort of those persons who have to use the shelters. And I am monitoring reports that persons have turned up to shelters and shelters are not, they may be activated, but for example, they can't find the person who should open the shelter with the key. They're there, they know it should happen, but they're just not on spot when people come. It may be corrected 20 minutes after, 30 minutes after, but the discomfort of not being immediately accessible would have already made it into the public domain. And so, Minister, I think we have to strengthen this part of our preparedness of getting the shelter managers to not wait until someone is coming. Once we activate the shelter, it should be open and ready for persons to come in, even if no one comes. And so that is something we need to refine. I think we have addressed the issue of food and other preparations being in place. We have moved them in proximity. We don't always put them in the shelter beforehand because all kinds of things can happen. And when people actually arrive at the shelter, they don't have the supplies. So the supplies are pre-positioned and can move very quickly. This leads me then to say to the public, the government is not telling you that everything is perfect. There's no plan that is perfect except the plan of God. And man is fallible, so errors will be made. But that is not an excuse. In a time of disaster, we must take a zero-fail approach to the systems that we are building. So in as much as I'm talking to the public, I'm also talking to the heads of the institutions that are gathered here. Make greater effort to ensure that there is zero fail in our operations. We also note concerns about drain cleaning. Government has said we have spent over $400 million on cleaning drains and making preparations. But yet we see videos circulating of drains not clean. One of particular concern would be the mouth of the Sandy Park, the Sandy Gully, forgive me, the Sandy Gully drain, where there is a clear buildup of sediment right at the mouth. That is where the drain meets the sea. And there is concern that that could cause flooding. Now, of course, I am not an engineer, but from what I've been told and what I understand, the NWA has made a trench, in fact, two, I believe, through that mound of sediment that has built up, which would allow the flow of water. But in any event, if there is a significant flow of water, the drain is already at sea level, and it is likely that what will occur is that the flow of water will wash the sediments and all the garbage down into the sea. So while it is a concern, it could cause flooding, the general thought is that it would not necessarily, in this instance, be a cause of flooding, because the pressure of the water coming down would be enough to move most of that sediment. But regardless of whether or not that is the case, the NWA has made a provision of cutting a trench through the sediment. The difficulty being that it is over a mile of sediment, and therefore the government, we would not have been able to, even with a month's notice, to move that sediment from the gully. So the best effort would have been to clear a path through the sediment. Also, we have taken a strategic approach. I've been informed by the NWA that in terms of cleaning the drains, they are not able to clean the length of all the drains. What they try to do is to clear the entrances for the tributaries into the drains and anywhere that a potential blockage could occur. So close to bridges, where the gully is narrow. And I use this as a segue. Yesterday, I received a call from the NSWMA explaining to me, I thought I saw Odegaard here, that they're receiving increased calls for garbage collection. And of course, they were trying to influence my mind to make greater allocations to the NSWMA over the NWA. But we will make sure that all the entities have the appropriate allocations. But in that conversation, I was told that the greatest call now was for the removal of cuttings and trees. It's very important, though late, and the NSWMA will do as best as they can with the equipment that they have to move the cuttings, because it is the cuttings that creates the greatest harm to the blockage of the gully. So I know that citizens are following what we have said, cut trees that are a danger, but then don't move the trees and the cuttings to a point where the water could take them and then they end up being lodged, turning sideways and creating a block in the gully pathways or drain pathways. If you can't get them carted away and they have to be on your property, secure them so that if there is flooding or water passing through, they are not moved into the drains, because that is where the real flooding impact will be caused. So I make that appeal. So the NSWMA will be moving as quickly as possible. I doubt they can be moving now and for the next 24 hours until after the hurricane. So I'm appealing to all citizens, if you have cuttings, secure them. Don't allow them to be washed away onto the roads. They will end up obviously in drains. And that goes for any garbage that you may have at this point in time, because that is what could really cause drains and gullies to be blocked and to overflow. I am sufficiently satisfied that the security forces are properly deployed in such a way as to prevent any break in law and order. Whenever there is any kind of disaster, there will always be that element in our society who is not a part of the common good and has no concern for their neighbor. And we have to protect ourselves against them and protect them as well. And the security forces, they are properly mobilized, and they understand how we should posture in this disaster. The rights of citizens must be respected at all times, even in a disaster. And so we have a legislative framework that will not just guide the emergency responses of the NSWMA and NWA and ODPEM and so forth, but it also guides how the security forces will respond. We urge persons to stay inside, stay within the precincts of your home, the curtilage of your property. Don't venture outside unnecessarily, because the winds, as you can see, can pick up at any time. The rains can come at any time. You can be caught in a flash flood. So we urge you to, at this time, stay inside. That's the safest place to be at the moment. And that gives less work to the security forces. Looting and other kinds of antisocial behavior, which I would include having parties in the rain, playing football in the rain, running in the gullies. I urge all our citizens, and I make a special appeal to our young people. Some have never really experienced the true impact of a hurricane. I urge you to stay inside. And I ask our heads of households and elders to engage with our young people so that they understand. More and more, we are becoming sensitive to the issue of persons' mental health. Situations of uncertainty lead to panic, and it can lead people to deviant behavior that sometimes we who have been experiencing this matter may look hard and say, you know, this is stupid behavior, but really it is just part of the psychology of fear and anxiety that we need to have a better appreciation for, and we really need to talk to our young people so that they understand and they don't make light of it or make more than it is. Now, I'm fairly satisfied, Minister Vaz, that Beryl would have improved our level of preparedness for the continuity of service in the event of a disaster. So between JPS and our telecoms, I'm expecting that there should be a certain robustness, meaning the ability to withstand the impact, and a certain resilience, meaning the ability to recover quickly. I'm not saying that you won't lose electricity. Already, I've heard the report that over 50,000 persons are without electricity. But, you know, compared to the customer base, and at this time, we seem to have been standing up fairly well. Not all our poles have been that were old and at end of life have been replaced, but I gather that a significant number of them have been replaced, particularly in the southwestern end of the island. And I know that the telecoms, they have made the arrangements to ensure that their transmitters and their generators are in place. I gather that there is a cable issue for one of our telecoms provider where some persons may be out of internet, but I know that they are working to have those restored as quickly as possible. The JDF is on full alert. They have put in place their necessary protocols. They have a system where they have specialized teams for disaster response. They call them the DART. And those teams are already stood up. But directives have been given that the entire JDF is now the DART. So their engineering corps, their various regiments and so forth, everybody will be used for the national good if we have a strike on our country through this hurricane category 5 that could cause significant dislocation. So we are as prepared as we can be. Of course, there is still room for improvement. In a disaster, you want to have the country of a singular mind. That means we are focused, because if it is that there is dissonance, then the need for a reaction and the reaction time is slowed, and that itself becomes a disaster. We have always had a very slow, if not non-response to the call for evacuation. And it is a balance between respecting the rights of persons to stay and protect their property and trying to balance the national good of saving lives and the expenditure of resources unnecessarily. I think generally we have struck the balance in favor of respecting the rights of citizens to stay where they are, though we give them the information for them to make the decision. We are in that zone where we have given the information. No one can say that the government was not forward-leaning in giving the information to persons who are in areas of risk. You have been warned. So it's now up to you to use that information to make the right decisions. Nevertheless, yesterday we issued an evacuation order. I'm not sure if Minister Mackenzie listed the communities for which the orders apply, and ODPEM, in assessing the situation, will effect the order depending on how the situation unfolds. Meaning that ODPEM with the security forces could very well go into some areas and effect, I'm using that word euphemistically, effect the evacuation of persons who are there. I don't know if you have started doing that yet. You have? You have started to go into areas to ask people to move and to actually move them. Okay. So I just use this opportunity. I know it has been explained already, but this is an unusual system. Normally a hurricane, you focus on two things, wind and rain, because it happens very quickly. Now we have to focus on three things: it's wind, rain, and the length of time it will probably linger over the country. Whilst we understand wind and rain and what it can do, but if it stays for a very long time, you're not just dealing with saturation, you're dealing with a higher level of destruction, a higher probability of landslides, a higher probability of flooding, even in areas where flooding would not have taken place. So we have to bear that in mind and be prepared. Very quickly, as we move to thinking about recovery, a part of this preparation exercise is to ensure that we can immediately go into the relief phase, which is to ensure that we can get food and other provisions and medicine particularly to persons who, especially persons who are low-income earners, who would have stocked up from Thursday or even Wednesday. They would have gotten maybe a 5-day or a 6-day supply. By the time of the impact, they would have been running out of supply. So ODPEM, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, they must be on the ready that immediately after the passage of the event, the communities that would be in need, which we would have already known and identified, that provisions, humanitarian relief is up and ready for those persons and communities. In terms of the impact on the GDP, last Beryl had an impact on 2 quarters of GDP performance. It did drag down our growth, and this event would have already started to do so. Every day that business activity is closed, destruction of property, especially public infrastructure, the closing of our airports, the closing down of our hotels, all of that will have an impact on our economy. And we have to therefore be very cautious about how we spend. There are those who would be saying, spend now, spend now. You have to be so careful about how you spend. And so we, in the government, we have developed a multi-layered disaster response system in terms of our fiscal management And that involves first and foremost the funding of the Disaster Management Fund, which is funded, and that's where we're doing our first drawdown from now to do all of this mobilization. And then we have a contingency. So in addition to provisioning the fund, in the budget, we actually have a line item, a contingency, and that's about $5.3 billion that we can pull on. Of course, it doesn't mean that the money is there, it's just that we've budgeted. We have to wait for the tax flows and or pull from other areas, but it is budgeted. And so we will be able to do the emergency responses based upon that threshold that we estimate what a disaster could need to be funded in the immediate time after the hurricane. Outside of that, we have various insurance provisions that are triggered by the threshold of impact, and then we have credit facilities that we have arranged. So we should be able to mount a response, but that is all dependent on the level of the catastrophe. All right. So if it's a burial type catastrophe, or maybe even a little bit more than burial, we should be able to manage. If it's bigger than that, then we'll have to recraft. But what we have done so far is the first expenditure. We have spent it on ensuring that the infrastructure can withstand the impact. So that's mitigation, cleaning the drains, the gullies, and so forth. The second expenditure would be on ensuring that the MPs and other entities that have a kind of direct relationship with communities and people, that they are provisioned. So we have given them the first provision, and that is to deal with any emergencies might happen. You know, somebody runs out of prescription and they can't get the prescription right away. Somebody runs out of food and they come and say, we don't have any food, or our community is at risk and you needed to get some sandbags. Just quick emergency responses. So we have provided that. After the disaster, there will be other provisions to come, but it's all very well structured. And from the burial experience, you would know that that was the way in which we approached the disaster. So all in all, I think Jamaicans can rest assured that everything that needs to be done for the provision and preparation of a response to the disaster is done. We are already now thinking about the second phase, which is the relief phase, and then we will move into the recovery, and then we will move into rebuilding, depending on the extent of the damage. As I close, and I'm looking at where the hurricane is positioned, south of Jamaica, moving westward, given the circumstances, the best outcome would be that it continues to move westward. The models are seeming to converge, that it will make a northward turn. So I've gotten so many calls, and I have been on my knees in prayer. And I know that there are Jamaicans here praying for us, Jamaicans overseas praying for us, but more than that, it would appear that the entire world is praying for Jamaica. I've gotten so many calls from leaders from all over the world, in particular CARICOM leaders, who are all praying for Jamaica at this time. I'm a firm believer in prayer. I believe, in our national anthem, which calls on the Almighty to guard us with his mighty hand. And in everything that has happened, in all the storms that we have faced and the hurricanes and the disasters, I am a firm believer that God has guarded us, even in spite of ourselves, even when we deviate and even when we are recalcitrant children. It is clear that there is a divine hand that is at work, and we should continue to petition as much as we can in our private moments, gathered as prayer warriors, as many have done, to pray for our nation. In Jesus' name, we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, PM, for those words. I am going to pass it on to the media while we contemplate our prayers to God at this time for Jamaica. Is there anyone who wants to go first? All right, TVJ.
I have a lot of luggage in my lap. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My first question is for PM/ODPEM. There was a talk of the mandatory evacuation for the 7 communities in Clarendon, St. Catherine, and St. Catherine, as well as St. Andrew and the other, about 4 parishes and 7 communities. I wanted to find out, because PM had a banter with ODPEM head about the security forces possibly moving in with persons under the mandatory evacuation order. Just trying to find out, is it that persons were, for want of a better word, forcibly removed? Because he spoke about balancing rights, and how many such persons complied following the evacuation order.
All right, thank you. And I just needed to remind our colleagues, all Jamaicans, of where the areas are: Port Royal, Kingston, Portland Cottage, Clarendon, Rocky Point, Clarendon, Old Harbour Bay, St. Catherine, Taylor Land, Bull Bay, St. Andrew, New Haven, St. Andrew, and Riverton City, St. Andrew. Those were the areas under the evacuation order. Minister?
Just to say that when the evacuation is being undertaken, the buses are accompanied by all elements of the security forces. So they go with the JDF, they go with the police, they go with fire, and they go with ODPEM officials. So that is the purpose of it. We are still talking with communities, but we have to allow communities to understand that, you know, it is not just the way that they want to. But I'm hoping that we will not really physically move anybody. We will continue to persuade Jamaicans. So, and I know they will eventually in the long run.
Okay.
Just to be clear, as I said, that we are now in the zone of respecting the rights of the people, but providing them with information. But walk with me for a moment. Let's not bring this into the universe. But if there were a catastrophic event and persons were there in the path of the catastrophe, and we were still able to go, because it's a big if we were still able to go, then the country, the government, and myself, I couldn't sit by and see my citizens in danger, and I'm able to go and save them, even if they don't want to be moved, and I don't do it. But I couldn't do it unless it is within the law. And that is why we make the evacuation orders, so that if that scenario were to materialize, within the law I'm acting. And so the compulsory evacuation orders have been put to ensure that there is a legal framework for the government to act. And that's why we put in place, we made sure that under the Disaster Risk Management Act, we put in place the declaration of a threat to Jamaica, so that we are able to then do the necessary actions. And then, should the hurricane hit, we would move from a threat to actually declaring a disaster area. So at all times, there is no break in the legal framework under which the government is operating. My understanding is that buses and the police and the military were mobilized into communities. I've seen some of the videos with the police over their loudspeakers encouraging persons. So that's what we've been doing, encouraging them. But I'm not certain if we have done any compulsory evacuation. I don't think so. I don't think so. But a provision is there.
Okay. May I, Minister? Yes. Okay. And this is for Minister Mackenzie. You spoke about the shelters being activated yesterday. One of my colleagues in St. Elizabeth visited the Treasure Beach area earlier today. There was no one at Pedro Plains Primary, and the Flaggerman Community Center, I was told, was in poor condition. Some of the windows were out and persons had to seek shelter at a neighbor's shop. So wanted to find out what was the issue with shelter in the Treasure Beach area, and if there are any other issues across the island.
Okay, there are some shelters which will be relocated based on its present location. And there are a number of shelters in St. Elizabeth that would fall in that category where because of the intent of the system and where the system will land, those shelters would not be relevant at this point in time. We will check on that one that you mentioned. My understanding that Pedro has gone to Newell, so those shelters are not in operation. So I want to make the point that those parishes that the system will focus on mainly in terms of where it lands. We have since last night been recalculating and we have removed a lot of those shelters that were slated to be used. Okay, so we've been doing that. Right? We use some of the shelters. What I'm now seeing, based on information that has just come to my attention, is that some persons now, because of this late hour, they are now going and creating their own shelters in schools. And that was never part of the original thing. So what we're trying to do is to manage that, and I think we'll be able to get on top of that.
So we'll get an updated list and make a shift to Newell?
Right, yes. We will be doing that once I get that complete list. I will update and thing. And the shelter managers, working with the members of parliament and the councillors and the mayors down in that area, has been very, very active working on that area.
Good morning.
Thank you, Minister. Just one point. Yesterday, we had a shelter in, I believe it was Central Kingston. It was very close to the waterfront. And given the storm surge numbers that we had to move those individuals further inland. And so they were moved to a shelter that was more inland. And so it's quite a dynamic situation with the shelters. So depending on the data, that's why we have the Met Office here all the time. And another good thing is Jamaica has its own Doppler radar. So we can see where the squalls are coming. We can see where the storms are. We know I have a lot of information. And so as we get the information, we actually make those changes. So Newell is actually a shelter. It's just that they're moving individuals from one, right, Mr. Thompson? Moving from one shelter to the other, given the issues with that shelter. And so some changes will happen. We will notify and we'll get the message out as best as possible. We do have parish managers that are responsible for these shelters and are coordinating, and we'll just continue communicating. All right. I know
there's another question right here.
Okay.
Right here.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone, ministers and team. My name is Twyla Whelan, and I am with the Jamaica Information Service. I wanted to ask about the plan of action for special groups, persons with disabilities, expectant mothers, the elderly, especially those who are alone, if there's a specific emergency response for those groups.
Sure. Thank you for that question.
The Office of Disaster Preparedness and the municipal corporations would have in their record, based on assessment that was done by the youth summer employment workers during the summer, to identify communities where the elderly persons who are physically challenged lives. So there is a team that is coordinating those efforts, and in most of the communities that is known. Okay, and then there is the center here where persons can call if they are having difficulty, and we will be able to respond. But basically, all of those things have been taken into consideration because we have done a survey using the youth summer employment workers and the SDC to collect data in communities, working with the political directorates and the disaster coordinators island-wide.
Thank you.
And some of the shelters have been fixed in a way that persons who are physically challenged will have easy access to our shelters.
All right, you can go ahead. Yes.
Good afternoon again, everyone. Mahiri Stewart, Nationwide News. My first question is to Minister Mackenzie. Minister, you told me last night that extra relief efforts were made in those southern parishes that are expected to experience the landfall first. Could you just tell me how successful those efforts were and what they consisted of?
Well, one of the first things that we did is to reposition items that was sent elsewhere once we took that decision. The engagement with the teams on the ground, including the political directorate, the mayors, the councillors, the members of parliament, working with the various entities, the church organization, sat, we looked at it, and they are presently working. I know, especially in St. Elizabeth, a lot of work has been done to relocate individuals, and then we have to work with the transport authority to reroute transport. Got a call from the mayor in Port Maria about a situation where a shelter is situated close to the river threatening. We have just made arrangements to relocate the shelter. The persons here have coordinated that. So we are working, and it is work in progress as long as the window allows us to work. But we have done all that is necessary, repositioning the items and provide the requisite transportation to get the individuals to where they are to be.
And on the back of that one, in terms of our teams, and especially in St. Elizabeth, Minister Vaz, I know you want to give an update in terms of JUTC. JUTC has been deployed. They were in particular areas. Last night when we saw where the track for the hurricane had shifted, there were some changes made, and Minister Vaz, you were very instrumental in getting JUTC there. I don't know if you want to give an update now.
Just to say that since we started the press conference, we've gone from 148 evacuations to 301. What have been reported by the JUTC is that the residents are saying that they don't want to leave until late afternoon. So I'm making an appeal. Late afternoon this evening will put you at risk, and it will put the drivers at risk. You need to move, and move now. By this evening, we should be feeling the effects, and it is too late. So we have seen a vast increase in the last hour and a half, from 148 to 301 in different areas. But there are still people with buses ready to move that are saying that they don't want to leave until late afternoon. Late afternoon is too late. I know we have a culture of last minute, but there's no last minute in a hurricane. You need to leave, and you need to leave now. Thank you.
All right. Who has the microphone? You do. Okay. So Mahiri, you can continue with your questions.
Second questions for the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, there seems to be, I guess it's safe to describe them as a select few on the outside looking in that's questioning Jamaica's ability to prepare for something as unprecedented as a Category 5 hurricane. But given our geographic location, given our storied history with hurricane prep, how would you gauge the country's ability to not only prepare for something as unprecedented as this, but to prepare for disasters in general, given where we are?
Mahir, I'm going to answer your question shortly, but as this is such a dynamic situation, I neglected to mention that since the onset of this threat, we have received calls of support from our partners. I don't want to list everyone, but I think I should say the UN, the British, the United States, French, the EU, CDMA, which is our local operations. And in fact, all the CARICOM countries have reached out to pledge support in one way, shape, or form. And I want to thank all of them, thank all our partners for being so willing to support our recovery effort and to support our preparation efforts as well. I raise it because in the burial challenge that we had, it was clear that our coordination and mobilization in this respect was not as efficient as it should have been, which is what prompted me to do a review of our operations. And I believe we are benefiting from that review now. Major General Anderson, now Ambassador Anderson, championed that, and I've been in touch with him recently in terms of just going over what were some of the weak areas in the review And I believe we have now worked out how to have that fully coordinated, particularly Ministry of Foreign Affairs, ODPEM, Customs, and all the other entities that would be involved in managing the international philanthropic and donor experience. So I think we'll be in a far better shape to ensure that there is greater efficiency and less bureaucracy. The Jamaican bureaucracy is legend now in frustrating even our own best efforts. And it is our doing, and we have to undo it. But more of that from another time. Now, there is no infrastructure in the region that can withstand a Category 5. There is going to be damage if there is a Category 5. I believe it was Cancun that had a major hit in the last hurricane in Mexico. And we've seen what it did to Puerto Rico and other islands. And those weren't Category 5s. So a Category 5 hurricane will definitely damage roofs. It will definitely compromise infrastructure, even concrete infrastructure. It will scour roads. It will destroy agriculture and vegetation. No doubt it will impact our ports and our airports. There's no question about that. However, if you didn't take precautions to clear the drains, if you didn't take precautions to move people to safety, then the damage is compounded. And that is why we emphasize preparation, because the preparation lessens the damage and it makes the recovery that much easier. And we accept that there's going to be damage, and so you position yourself to deal with the impacts of the damage. So for example, we know after a hurricane, we're going to have mosquitoes and we're going to have dengue if it's not prepared for. So Ministry of Health is putting in place measures to deal with that. I had a good talk with Minister Tufton 2 days ago. He briefed me on what he was doing. But the preparation started, during the COVID period when we bought a fleet of almost 100 vehicles to be used right across the island in vector control. So yes, you're asking, are we prepared? In that instance, yes. In terms of our roads, let's look at it from this perspective. After Beryl, somehow we forgot that we had almost every day, straight to the first week in December, rains. So we had a hurricane, and then we had a tropical storm, and then we had consistent rains. If you were to accumulate that, that's the impact of a Category 5, scoring all our roads. We made a provision, we declared an emergency. We made a $2 billion provision in addition to a $3 billion program that existed before, and we consistently went about repairing. So yes, as it relates to the driving surface, we would be able to recover from that. Where we might have a problem is with the bridges. Because if bridges are dislocated, I mean, yes, you could put up temporary, what do they call them? Bailey bridges. We have about 30 in the island, Mr. Shaw, Stephen, about 30 or less. That smile says it's less. Yeah, that smile tells me that my initial thought is that yes, we would have a problem with the bridges. We wouldn't have enough to be able to deal with the dislocation of major. And even so, the Bailey bridges would only be able to be used according to a certain span. And so it all depends on what the damage is. So yes, if a Category 5 impacted our bridges, we would have a challenge. Thankfully, however, we already have a program in place which is going through the process to replace, how many is it? To replace 55 bridges. So if any of those 55 that is we project to replace were damaged, then we would have to accelerate the process to do that. In terms of telecommunications and the electricity grid of a category 5. Thankfully, we have pre-positioned linesmen. I know that JPS has the necessary stock, so we should be able to start rebuilding the network if it got hit at a category 5 level. Telecommunications, I suspect our providers have made provisions and have tried to harden their infrastructure to withstand category 5. In terms of trade, meaning the distributive trade, the ability to supply food, and if ports are unable to receive shipments, I'm told that we have supplies that would carry us for at least 12 weeks or more. And we have been told by Petrojam, Minister Vaz left, that they do have approximately 10 days of supplies after the refined products that would carry us after the hurricane has hit. So category 5 would be a really bad disaster. But what I don't want is for Jamaicans to get into a depression that it would be the end of the world. What I want you to always be is positive in your outlook, and that even if the worst comes, we will be able to recover. That's the position. Just to say, and we have been saying this for a very long time, but I don't think that the public has internalized it. And I'm going to use this opportunity to say what I have said 100 times already through all my budget presentations, all my speeches to the country, that we're living in a period of time where the norm is disruption through various challenges and events. So the way to describe it is that we're living in a period of time where you have multiple, frequent, intense, overlapping challenges and events. And we just have to become accustomed to that. Someone said to me, Prime Minister, you look so calm, and we're all panicking. We've come used to crises. All right, so it's, as I said, bear it in mind. At any one time, you have multiple, and they will happen frequently, often. They will overlap, so they're not going to be sequential. So from this, you're going to have a tropical storm moving into a hurricane, and then out of a hurricane, lingering rains, and then lingering rains, you're going to have health crises, inflation problems, fuel problems, all kinds of multiple crises happening all at once. And that's it. The challenge with the time that we're living in is that they are now intense. So it's not that we didn't have hurricanes before, they're now intense. You're seeing a hurricane that would have formed in the Eastern Caribbean and made its way very quickly to a category 5 and then hit Jamaica. That was burial. Unusual, but very intense. Now you see a hurricane forming and sitting right below Jamaica, threatening for almost a week. And we have never seen that. Just sitting there, gathering strength, threatening to unleash it on us. Again, it's intense. And that's what we face. All right. Now, in a situation where you have these multiple crises that are intense, that are overlapping, you have to be able to manage the public narrative, discourse, and information around it in a democratic way, in a democracy. In a democracy, everyone's opinion counts. So even someone who is speaking utter nonsense, their opinion counts. And in today's world, not only does it count, it can be published and broadcast, and it can impact other people's perspective. So managing crises becomes even more difficult. So there's, so for example, we would have seen someone posting, and we've seen even television stations, radio stations posting, oh, we've seen this gully here, and they said it was clean, and it wasn't clean, and the buildup of debris at the end of the gully is going to cause flooding. Again, it's a concern. It is a legitimate concern, but balance that against the totality of the information. I mean, could the government clean it right away? And with the resources that we have, should we dedicate it to clean that, or should we dedicate it to clean around Spanish Town Bridge and open up the tributaries? In other words, so you present one side of the story, someone takes it and says, see, government's not doing anything. You know what? I'm not going to listen to what the government says. I'm going to stay right here. And that's the part of the challenge you face in managing crises, which is why we stand here and go through every day, give you the information, because we have to counter some of what is being published, which does not make sense. And we rely on our media, our journalists, to capture the information accurately and relate accurately. This is not a defense against incompetence in government, because I'm the first to tell you that, you know, it's not perfect and there are issues in the government, but we must seek to put information in context, right? We have to put the information in context. Otherwise, you know, information without context can just create chaos and challenges. So again, yes, to answer your question, Mahiri, a category 5, a category 4, even a category 3 is a challenge. Will we be able to recover? Yes. There is no infrastructure now that is foolproof for a category 5 within this region. I think globally, any category 5 will cause damage. Can we recover? Preparation improves your chances of recovery. So what we're doing now, including the informationalization of the population, giving the population enough information to make decisions that are aligned to the national good, that helps the recovery. And the question now would be the speed of recovery. That's a challenge. A category 5 will necessarily be a longer period of recovery. And that's what we really would want to have to go through that. And the measure of the recovery would be the number of quarters we spend in negative or low growth as a result. And we're trying to minimize that.
All right, I have some from online from other your colleagues online. So I'll go to TVJ for another question from TVJ.
Very quickly, Minister, can you state so far how much the government has spent on hurricane preparations? That's one. And I know it's early yet, but based on the forecast from the Met Office, is it a possibility that Jamaica's catastrophic bond will be triggered in this instance?
All right. So in terms of the number, in terms of how much we've spent so far, won't be able to give you that right now. We're kind of in the middle of, prep. We're not really adding up numbers right now, but we're spending appropriate numbers in terms of what we need to do to prepare. I'm going to add your question on the storm in relation to the catastrophe bond to a question that we do have for Evan. And so I'm going to go through those questions and we'll make sure that your question is answered. So I'm looking for the questions that are online, and I know Zara Burton had submitted some questions, and so I will ask those, and I think she is asking in her Reuters capacity. And I see, Minister, can you please give an update on how many people can be accommodated in the shelters? She notes that 28,000 reside in the affected areas based on the data that we do have from SDC. And she wanted to know if we have enough space for all of them. And I think the answer to that is a yes. We will, and it's not everybody that is threatened. And so we will make sure that we have sufficient space for those who need it. There was another question that she had about Port Royal. She spoke to a resident in Port Royal about evacuation, who said that the buses had indeed come, and that they did not like their experience at the shelters in the past. You would have heard earlier today that the minister has said that there will be food at the shelters, and that there will be security at the shelter. So there's no need for anyone to worry about that. Food has been pre-positioned. We will have food available at the shelters. And I believe there was another one in relation to Portland Cottage. So Evan, if you can keep this in mind, her question was about a storm surge in Portland Cottage. She wants to know if that is correct. I also have another question, which is in relation to if it keeps going west, what does that mean for us, and should we expect it to keep going west? So Evan, I'm going to ask you to answer those particular questions.
Okay, well, let me start with that question about whether Portland Cottage would be experiencing any significant storm surge. It is quite likely. Portland Cottage will not be very close to the center, but it will still come under some of the major wind speeds that are expected to move onto the coast around that center. So it's not sufficiently far from the center for them not to experience those speeds pushing the waves onto the coastline. So that's to answer that question from Zara Burton. The other question had to do with oh, yes. Well, we expect that it will continue going west for a while, but in a short period of time within the early part of this afternoon, the expectation is that it would start to turn toward the north. And so that's when we're monitoring to see whether or not we will actually see that turning taking place this afternoon. The later it happens, the better it is for us, I think. But we are continuing to monitor to see how quickly that turn will actually happen across us. The wind, the strength of when it makes landfall, we are expecting that this hurricane will be a Category 4 hurricane on the coastline. They are projecting wind speeds roughly 140. Is it? No, it's over 200. It's in the range of the Category 4 hurricane speeds anyway that are expected over the island at that time. I'm seeing maximum winds of about 140 knots. And well, I'd have to make that calculation for you. We normally give you the wind speeds in miles per hour and kilometers per hour. So I'll have to calculate that, but that is in the range of Category 4 status. Thank you.
And I believe there was a question re the bonds, and as always, remember that they're triggered by particular events. And so we have one on the CRIF that is triggered by how strong the hurricane is when it makes landfall. And we also have an excess rainfall policy that will be triggered if we have rainfall above a particular threshold. And so the team will be monitoring that. And of course, the technical teams will work through what the actual numbers are. And so that will determine if it is triggered. And we will let you know as soon as we do know whether or not it will be triggered. I believe those are the main questions that we have. I don't see any other questions here, but our Prime Minister spoke about prayer, and we're going to be ending in prayer. And before we do that, though, I just want to note that we'll continue to put out information to you. There will be no information vacuum. Please go on the Prime Minister's page, GIS page, ODPEM's page, and you will get accurate information. We are planning to do another mini briefing later this evening because tomorrow we don't know if we'll be able to have this setup going and be able to get the feed out. So we're going to do one final briefing with the Met Office, the ODPEM team. Later this evening, we will announce what time that will take place. That will give us some time to know where the track has gone, what we're expecting overnight. I know in the night it's usually scary for people. And so before you go to bed tonight, you will be hearing from us and we'll give you the latest information so that you are indeed informed. And so we're going to be having prayer now, and it is going to come from ADRA. And yesterday I was saying that I didn't have anyone here who was praying. And I had someone who was here who was saying, "Oh, I could have prayed. I'm a pastor." And so he's with the Adventist Relief Agency, and they're here providing a lot of support to us. And so we are going to have a prayer to close out this press briefing, a prayer for Jamaica. And so please, everybody, listen to the warnings, listen to all of the information here. And as always, join with your family, join with your friends, and let us all pray for Jamaica.
Good morning. Afternoon, right? Good afternoon. I am Pastor Patrick Boyne. I am representing Pastor Country Director Henry. He's not able to be here right now, so I'm here just in his capacity trying to offer as much assistance as we can in our capacity. So I want to greet the Prime Minister and other ministers and all the other members of the National Disaster Risk Management Council, our first responders, our representatives from various institutions and partners, members of the media, and all those joining us on television and online. I believe, and I believe that we all believe, Prime Minister, that prayer changes things. And so at this time, I invite you all to join me in standing, taking on an attitude of reverence as we look to our, okay, not all can stand. If you can, if you can, just stand, take an attitude of reverence as we look to our God in prayer. Heavenly Father, Creator and Sustainer of all things, we come before you in this moment, humbling ourselves in your presence. You are Jehovah Nissi, the great protector, our ever-present help in time of trouble. We acknowledge that all creation is in your hands, and that we thank you for the grace and mercy you have shown, even now as we see your mighty hand causing even a slight shift to this storm. We are grateful for your protection over us and our beautiful island. Lord, we lift our leaders and all those who are tasked with coordinating and managing this process of preparedness and advisories and care. We ask that you grant them wisdom to seek you first, because the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Let them know that without vision, the people will perish. Guide them in every decision, in every strategy, in every word spoken. We pray for everyone present on this island, whether citizen or residents or visitors. Keep us safe as the storm passes. Surrender us with your peace and your protection. And help us to remember that we are our brother's keepers. Lord, your word reminds us that whatever we do for the least of these brothers and sisters, we do unto you. We give thanks for all the well-thinking Jamaicans, both here and in the diaspora, for all our partners, both local and international. We pray that the spirit of philanthropy be rekindled, and you, God, will multiply and stretch the resources that we have, Lord, as you alone can, to reach those in need and to encourage and to ensure that no one is left without help. Father, in this time of uncertainty, give us calm spirit. Grant us patience and keep our hearts hopeful. Help us to trust in you, trust your heart even when we can't trace your hand. For we know that without faith it is impossible to please you. Lead on, O King eternal, and guide us through this. Be a shelter in the time of storm. We pray all in the mighty name of Jesus. So I encourage us to join in this prayer as we say, Eternal Father, bless our land. Guard us with thy mighty hand. Keep us free from evil powers. Be our light through countless hours. To our leaders, great defenders, Grant through wisdom from above, justice, truth, be yours forever, Jamaica land we love. Teach us true respect for all. Stir response to duty's call. Strengthen us the weak to cherish. Give us vision lest we perish. Knowledge send us, Heavenly Father. Grant through wisdom from above, justice, truth, be yours forever, Jamaica land we love. Amen.
Thank you so much. I mean, it was just at the last minute, Pastor Patrick Bowen from the Adventist Disaster Relief Agency. Thank you so much for that prayer. And so we are going to be closing out this press briefing. PM, you said you were calm. I got something this morning that said that in the midst of a storm, God either quiets the storm or quiets the person leading those in the storm. And I think he has blessed you very much, PM. And so thank you all, and God bless Jamaica, and we'll see you later this evening for another briefing. Thank you. We're working on that. 7 o'clock-ish.
All right, folks. There it is. I think it ended on, as positive a note as possible. Just calling for calm and, of course, prayer. Because, what else can we do at this point? Hopefully people have done as much preparation as possible. And now truly it is a matter of just riding out the storm. I was just sharing something on social media. I don't know if you guys saw this note on our social media page, but this was from a meteorologist. Sorry, we borrowed this. And it said that few storms are fierce enough to cut a Hurricane Hunter mission short, but Hurricane Melissa is one of them. NOAA Hurricane Hunters were forced to end this morning's mission early after encountering extreme turbulence in the storm's southwestern eye wall. They usually make 4 passes through a hurricane center, but had to retreat after just 2. And this just shows how incredibly powerful Melissa is. And of course, Cayman is praying for Jamaica as the storm approaches. It is now about 165 miles out, dropped down to 908 millibars. So it has dropped even more. And that's 165 miles per hour. My apologies. 145 miles southwest of Kingston, Jamaica. So the storm is approaching. We will bring you the press briefing that's going to occur a little bit later on this evening. And like they said, after that, they're not likely to have any communication. So we'll check in with people on the ground there this evening as well. Sorry, I've got this bird thing over here. But we will check in with them a little bit later on. So we'll have an evening show. Thank you so much. I know that Sabrina tuned in for her show from 5 until 7. I'm sure that she'll be having some coverage during the show as well. And yeah, as Ms. Brenda says, it's all in God's hands now. So that's as much as we can do. So thank you guys so much. You're most welcome. And thank you all very, very much for staying tuned with us. Still well over 200 people still tuned in, but we're going to go ahead and end the live stream now. And we'll be back whenever the follow-up press briefing, probably a little bit closer to the evening hours as the storm, Hurricane Melissa, Category 5 storm, gets closer to Jamaica. Just a few final messages for you, please. Thank you so much.
The Fall Labour Force Survey and Quality of Life Survey conducted by the Economics and Statistics Office ESO started on Sunday, September 28th. The Labour Force Survey seeks to collect data on the employed and unemployed persons in the Cayman Islands, as well as those who are not in the labour force. The Quality of Life Survey seeks to gather information on life satisfaction, sense of well-being, financial security, economic outlook, social inclusion, sense of belonging to the local community, and perceived health. Trained interviewers, with ESO ID cards, will visit randomly selected households. The interviews are confidential in accordance with the Statistics Act. No individual data will be published or disclosed. Survey data are exempt from Freedom of Information requests. For more details, please call the ESO hotline at 516-3329, that is, 516-3329.
Our physical infrastructure keeps Cayman going. We're looking for individuals or groups who made a lasting impact on our islands. Do you know someone? Let's recognize them. Nominate today at gov.ky/YSCH.
The Ministry of Youth, Sports, Culture and Heritage is pleased to announce that the nominations for the 2026 National Recognition Awards are now open. Nominate individuals and groups who played a key role in developing the Cayman Islands' physical infrastructure. The categories include landmark leaders, infrastructure innovators, and the builders of Cayman. Visit gov.ky/YSCH. Click on the Nominate button to make a nomination. Here is a step-by-step guide to fill out the form. Before starting, please read the instructions, the award categories, and the eligibility criteria. Step 1. Enter your personal information and select the award category for the person or group you are nominating. Click Yes to confirm that your nominee meets the criteria. Step 2. Enter the nominee's full name, date of birth, and district. Indicate their current status, whether living or deceased, and ensure you have the current contact information for your nominee and their next of kin. Fill out the submission detail and provide any supporting documents and a reference to support your nomination. Step 3. Review your submission and make any changes by clicking the previous button. When you are ready, confirm and agree to the terms and click Submit Form to make your nomination. A thank you notice will confirm that the nomination was received, and a copy of the application will be sent to your email. Your nomination will be reviewed and considered by the National Recognition Awards Committee, and only successful nominees will be contacted and recognized at next year's National Heroes Day ceremony. Remember, you can submit multiple nominations or browse our frequently asked questions by visiting the National Recognition Awards tab at gov.ky/YSCH. We look forward to receiving your nomination.